think they're fine, but I'll check.
Good.
It's Thursday, February 15, 2024, and this is a meeting of the Council Rock School Board. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. You want to introduce the student?
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Polly. Maddie Thevon, would you please lead us in the pledge? Please remain standing. You're going to be able to hear Maddie sing as well.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets from there, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Maddie. Well done.
Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Edward Tate,
Present.
Joseph Hidalgo,
Present.
Mike Roosevelt,
Here.
Bob Hickey,
Here.
Yoda Pally,
Present.
Tracy Osecki,
Here.
Nicole Kahn,
Here.
Linda Stone,
Here.
and Ann Horner.
Here.
Okay, next we have Mr. Turkevich and the Council Rock North Student Advisory Board. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of School Directors, Dr. Sanko, and Administration. As always, it's my great pleasure to be here this evening to present Council Rock High School North's Student Advisory Board. In addition to this, tonight, we also have Nate Lake, who is going to be speaking of the Sloan School, and Sam Naroditsky, who is going to be talking about our Achieve program. This time, I will hand it over to Tim Gracie, our 12th grade rep.
Hello again, Board. As you know, I'm Tim Gracie, the 12th grade advisory representative for Council Rock North. Today, I have lots to inform you regarding the senior class, as well as a variety of CRN academics. To start with the fun stuff, the class of 2024 has the annual Disney senior trip in a mere 54 days. Just this past Sunday, reservations opened up for dining for Disney, and eager seniors have been waking up as early as 6 a.m. to secure a spot at their favorite Disney restaurant. We're all looking forward to the trip, and April 9th could not come fast enough. Additionally, the senior boys are currently being called upon to participate in the annual Mr. CRN event, which is going to be Mr. America this year. Lily will be telling you more about that. As far as academics go, the second semester of the year has commenced and mid-year grades are all settled. Therefore, students and parents can access and view students' respective grades for the first half of the school year. With the beginning of the second semester, program planning soon follows. Counselors have begun meeting with 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students regarding their courses for next year and discussing teacher recommendations. Along with program planning, seniors can now send out mid-year grades to colleges or universities that request them through Naviance. On a different note, I'd like to congratulate the 11 National Merit finalists, Sakith Ananthoju, Audrey Chan, Angelina Doris, Michael Dvorkin, Michael Fan, Sonika Jain, Kelly Lau, Brady Ott, Arnav Rajesh, Shane Wattenmaker, and Kevin Yuan for their hard work and impressive academic achievements. That's all I have for you this evening, and I look forward to meeting again soon.
Good evening, board. I hope everyone had a happy Valentine's Day. My name is Leland Nagel, and I am the class of 2025 SAB representative. Today, I'm going to be reporting to you about the clubs at North and about the recent and upcoming activities of the class of 2025. Recently, the class of 2025 has majorly been involved with junior prom planning. We have an official date of April 19th and an official theme, which has yet to be revealed until the week of the dance. Also regarding the junior class, last week, a group of junior kids went to Hershey to continue their bill for making Hershey Kisses the official state candy. The bill passed out of committee with a unanimous vote and will now move on to its next steps. Now on to clubs. These past months of December, January, and February has been Pride months for fundraising and various drives for a great number of the clubs at North. Firstly, as for drives, the Girl Up Club from December 4th through 8th had their menstrual product drive. The EAC Club had their sock collection for dog beds from December 8th through December 21st, and North Outreach Club had their hat, glove, and scarf drive from December 11th to December 15th. In January, the National English Honor Society had their biannual book drive from January 9th to February 14th, in which all books were donated, and Rho Kappa had their Penny Awards from January 29th to February 9th, where all funds were donated to St. Jude Children's Hospital. To raise funds for their club, SAD sold candy canes during lunches on December 18th through December 21st. Also selling candy at lunches was the Spanish Club, who sold candygrams during the month of February for Valentine's Day. Furthermore, the Speech and Debate Club have accomplished many things over the past 3 months. They have been in a variety of weekend invites. Multiple students have placed in the top 5 in the region, and they have recently won their league championship. Notably, multiple competitors won bids to compete at the Tournament of Champions at the University of Kentucky. Moreover, Speech and Debate was recently recognized by Emory University as one of the top programs in the country, which is a big accomplishment. Our Future Business Leaders of America team came home with top honors with the strongest performance in a decade at the Regional Leadership Conference with 38 first-place finishers. The region is comprised of 21 Bucks County high schools with 88 Council Rock North students qualifying for the 2024 State Leadership Competition in Hershey this April. Lastly, on a musical note, Sock and Buskin is debuting their winter show, Diary of Anne Frank, on Thursday, February 22nd, and is performing through Saturday, February 24th. Also, Color Guard placed first at the Mid-Atlantic Indoor Competition at North Penn High School. That is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Olivia Esposito, the Student Advisory Board representative for the class of 2026. I'll be covering again tonight updates on the sophomore class and athletics. As far as sophomores go, student officers are putting final touches on our winter semi-formal dance. The theme this year will be Neon North, and it will be held on March 15th. Everyone is very excited to have this event approaching quickly. Fundraisers have also been going very well, with one that just happened at Jules and Lovebird and another coming up at Chipotle. Now moving on to athletics. The swim team has individuals heading to districts. Divers that placed at the Suburban One Patriot meet include Lillian Tatro, Skylar Comentes, and Alex Giannetti. Some divers are also individually headed to districts where the team is confident their teammates will do well. Boys basketball was ranked 36 of 43 at the end of their season with 6 wins and 16 losses. Girls basketball finished their season ranked 28 of 44 with a 10-12 record. The wrestling team unfortunately has come to an end after a tough loss to Quakertown, but individually the wrestlers will go on to a tournament where they will represent North. Both JV and varsity cheer won their last competition. Most spring sports are now in full swing preseason, with tryouts starting on March 4th. That is all I have to report to you tonight, but I look forward to the next meeting. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Lily Albuquerque, and I am the SAB representative for the class of 2027. With it being halfway through the 2023 to 2024 school year, both the Student Executive Board and the freshman class officers are working hard to plan and coordinate enticing events, which will take place in the coming months. In December, SEB finalized their holiday project. They were able to provide many children with gifts, and it was a great success. Currently, SEB is well underway in creating the talent show, which is scheduled to be held on Thursday, February 29th. Auditions in January designated 14 acts, with individuals in grades 10 through 12 who will be performing in the show. These acts range from singers to magicians to bands. There is also the possibility that another fun event will be held later in the year. Mr. CRN is a contest-formatted event for senior boys, which donates all proceeds to a charity of the winner's choice. It consists of a show that will include a variety of categories such as a choreographed dance, a Q&A, and a talent portion. In the past, this event has been a favorite of many students. However, SEB is still looking for applicants at this time and needs to finalize planning in order for this event to run. As for the freshman class, the officers are helping the class of 2026 organize WEMI, the Winter Semi-Formal, which is scheduled for Friday, March 15th. The class of 2027 is also considering local vendors to hold fundraisers. All freshmen were recently introduced to the new grade principal, Mr. Sparrow, and are currently meeting with their counselors to finalize course selections for next year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Polina Nikolenko. I'm a junior at Council Rock North High School and a level 200 student in the Medical and Health Professions program at Middlebucks Institute of Technology. What is currently happening? February is Career in Technical Education CTE month, where we celebrate and recognize both the students who attend the Career Technical Center and also the value of career in technical education. The 2024 Skills USA District 2 competitions were held at Western Montgomery Career and Technology Center in January and February, with MBIT students participating in 49 competitions with a total of 66 MBIT competitors. MBIT placed in 28 events earning 10 bronze medals, 18 silver medals, and 21 gold medals. Some competitions were one-person events and the other were team events. The students who earned gold medals will compete in the Skills USA state competition, which will be held in Hershey, Pennsylvania in April. We want to congratulate our 6 automotive technology students who have successfully completed their training and have earned the esteemed title of Pennsylvania Certified State Inspection Mechanics. Another certification has been achieved by the Level 100 public safety students. They have successfully completed the Incident Command 200 course. This certification is a testament to their commitment to improving their knowledge and skills in the field of public safety. MBIT is currently accepting applications for the 2024-2025 school year. Applications are due Friday, February 16th, 2024. I look forward to reporting to you at the next school board meeting. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to keep you informed about what is happening at Middlebucks Institute of Technology.
Good evening, Board. My name is Nathaniel Lake. I'm here representing the highlights of Sloan School for the first semester of the school year. In English class, Mr. Rose's class, we have explored and identified the fundamental elements of a resume and cover letters. Both highlights our skills and previous work experience. We have learned how to correctly incorporate quotes and citations in our essays and completed a unit on short stories. In geometry, Mr. Kelly's geometry class, we have put emphasis on developing students' logic and reasoning skills throughout the school year. In Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and analysis, we have identified where certain topics can be applied in the real world and what careers the topics can serve as a baseline to. In analysis, specifically, we just finished a lesson on applying quadratic functions to physics, determining whether a hit baseball would result in a home run. In Mr. Kalach's science class, In biology, we have studied topics from the basic unit of life, the cell and its organelles and functions, cell division, and genetics. In astronomy, we completed our first semester course in astronomy in which we studied plants, ancient astronomers, impacts, and stars and galaxies. Environmental science students in this class have studied ecology, human impact on the environment, ecosystems and biomes, and how energy moves through the environment. In Mr. Czechia's social studies class, in world history, this year we have studied topics ranging from conquests of Mongols to the European Renaissance and Reformation. American Civ 10 topics include the Cold War, lifestyles of the 1950s, Kennedy, and civil rights movement. In psychology, we study personalities, classic and operant conditioning, learning styles, discussing class based upon the topics above. In government and documents such as the United States Constitution and declared the independence are on the Declaration of Independence, excuse me, sorry. In group dynamics class at Sloan gives students the opportunity to process current life events while receiving feedback from their peers and the counselor. Students are exposed to guided imagery and visualization experiences. In addition to being taught coping skills to deal with life's challenges, psychoeducational groups are also facilitated, including topics such as understanding anger, coping with anxiety and depression, resolving conflict, grief and loss, and self-esteem enchantment, just to name a few. School-wide activities, minding your mind, Universal Technical Institution came to our school and presented their programs available and process and requirements for enrollment after graduation. We have continued our partnership with Ms. Gillis, autistic support class, and meal packing for caring for friends. Thank you. Sam?
My name is Sam Narditsky. I am a student in the Achieve program. Achieve is a transition program for students 18 to 21 years old. We get soft skills for work from volunteer opportunities in our community. I volunteered at Crossing Community Church and Starborough Cafe on Wheels the first semester. Now I volunteer at St. Mary's Hospital. My classmates are volunteering at the Knack Charwells and Good Stuff Thrift Store. We also run a cafe at a Star Center Tuesday to Friday. Stop by for a great cup of coffee. We work on independent living skills such as budgeting, cooking, and self-care. We do community-based instruction. In the spring, we will be taking the train to Philadelphia. In October, we worked with Sloan on a pumpkin decorating contest. We raised $150 for the Autism Cares Foundation. In November, we shared the Friendsgiving with Sloan at the Star Center. It was delicious. We have been busy this year. Thank you.
That was an awesome update. Thank you so much. Mr. Straskevich, would you like to add anything?
Thank you for having us this evening and hearing the many great things that are happening at the Star Center as well as Council Rock.
This thing on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the superintendent report. Dr. Sanko.
Thank you, Mrs. Polly, school board members, community members, staff here with us tonight, and those tuning in on the Council Rock YouTube channel. Thank you to the Student Advisory Board from Council Rock High School North, along with their principal, Mr. Truskevich, for your report, as well as our representatives from Sloan School and Achieve. Finally, a thank you to Maddie Thevon for her beautiful rendition of the national anthem this evening. Maddie stepped away from the faculty concert taking place at this very moment at Newtown Middle School. This concert is a showcase of musical talent featuring performances by our teachers and staff, and it's a fundraiser to benefit the Music Scholarship Fund for Council Rock students. Thank you to our music department staff for arranging the concert and for providing an evening of entertainment for the benefit of our students, and especially for sharing Maddie's talents with us this evening. We are now in the third marking period, and we've passed the 100th day of the school year. The Home Access Center opened last week for parents to view their students' second marking period report cards. Our teachers, staff, and principals spend their days working with your student, and their observations can help parents complete the school day picture that grades and test results can only quantify. So if you have a concern or a question or need additional insight into academic progress, please reach out to your child's teacher. This month, we celebrate 2 Council Rock High School students whose artwork and creativity are being recognized. From Council Rock High School South, congratulations to senior Brittany Conver, who was recently named the Pennsylvania Art Education Association's Student Artist of the Month for February. Brittany was nominated by her teacher, Mr. Michael Catalano, who praised Brittany's talent and passion for art, as well as the level of personal dedication she brings to every class. Most importantly, Brittany is celebrated as a kind, empathetic student with a heart of gold. Brittany's hard work has paid off in acceptances to the School of Visual Arts in New York and the Rhode Island School of Design, among other national art programs. Congratulations, Brittany. The entire Council Rock community is proud of you. From Council Rock North, we congratulate 11th grade student Dylan McCaffrey, whose work of art will be included in an exhibit at the world-renowned Franklin Institute. Dylan created one of the 6 works selected to be displayed at the Art of the Brick exhibit in the 13 to 17-year-old age group. The Art of the Brick exhibit is a critically acclaimed collection of inspiring artworks made exclusively from one of the most recognizable toys in the world, the Lego brick. Dylan attended Media Day at the Franklin Institute yesterday to meet with Lego artist Nathan Sawaya. If you visit the Franklin Institute, make sure to look out for Dylan's Lego creation named a Raving Twister. That will be on display until the end of August. Congratulations again to Dylan, and know that the entire Council Rock community is proud of you. During the March board meeting, Mrs. Beth Lynch, our art department coordinator, will be here to highlight these and other students and the impressive catalog of artwork our students have produced this year. At your seat this evening, we placed a few Hershey Kisses, the iconic treat that was born in nearby Hershey, Pennsylvania. A few years ago, 6 Newtown Middle School students, Cameron Forsythe, Lana Hockma, Emily Kennedy, Caitlin Landers, Elaine Law, and Audrey Thompson, had the idea that the Hershey Kiss should be declared the official candy of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. With the support from their social studies teacher, Mr. Rich Lochran, these students took their idea to state lawmakers to make their idea a reality. The students spared no effort in making their case for the Kiss. They sent several hundred emails and letters, spent hours meeting with state legislators and the Hershey Company. They conducted interviews with newspapers and with advocacy groups. They also visited the Capitol twice to lobby in person. The efforts of this dedicated group, who who are now juniors at Council Rock High School North, are being realized by Pennsylvania lawmakers. The group got a firsthand look at how our state government works when their proposed legislation made it to a State House hearing in Harrisburg. Last week, the Hershey-Kiss bill, formerly known as House Bill 1030, went before the Pennsylvania Tourism, Economic, and Recreation Development Committee, and I'm happy but not surprised to report it was passed by unanimous consent. The next step is for the bill to go to the House floor, then on to consideration by the PA Senate. Even better, the group is scheduled to meet with the Hershey executive to discuss next steps and discuss how they can get the bill to Governor Shapiro's desk. The authors of the Hershey-Kiss bill we applaud your determination, perseverance, and ingenuity. I expect we will all hear more about the Hershey-Kiss bill in the coming months, but in the meantime, enjoy the kisses we shared tonight. We are just a little over 2 weeks away from Council Rock Education Foundation's annual fundraising Monte Carlo Night Gala. This event is a celebration of public education that unites local businesses, community organizations, and Council Rock families and staff. CREF generously supports educational experiences that enrich Council Rock students directly through grant opportunities that fund innovative teaching throughout the district. Monte Carlo Night is planned for March 1st at the Fuge in Warminster, PA. Tickets are available on the CREF website. As a reminder to Council Rock teachers who are listening, the deadline for submitting a grant application to CREF is next Wednesday, February 21st. The application is available on the CREF website. So teachers, if you have an idea you think would expand your teaching and broaden the scope of experience for our students, I encourage you to apply for an Innovating Learning Grant from CREF. Grants will be awarded in April, and at the May 16th board meeting, the grant awardees will be publicly recognized. Thank you to CREF for providing opportunities for our teachers to explore new frontiers in teaching and learning. Each year, Council Rock School District selects a charitable organization that works to the benefit of children in our community. This year, our district-wide charity is the Autism Cares Foundation, a locally founded group that supports and provides resources to students and families experiencing autism. Thus far, Council Rock has raised over $8,000 for Autism Cares, and the year's not over yet. An upcoming event for the entire community is Autism Cares Night at the Philadelphia 76ers, when the Sixers face the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game is scheduled for Tuesday, April 2nd, and ticket sales benefit the Autism Cares Foundation. More information and a link to purchasing tickets is under the News tab on the Council Rock website. Later this month, representatives from the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Federal Bureau of Investigation will be presenting a drug abuse prevention information session to our Council Rock community. This informative program is meant to educate parents, family, and the public on preventing drug abuse and seeking help for abusers and their families. This event is open to the public and will take place on Wednesday, February 28th at Holland Middle School in the auditorium at 7 p.m. A couple important dates to note. Friday, February 16th, all schools are closed, offices are open. It is a professional development day. Monday, February 19th, President's Day, all schools and offices are closed. Thursday, February 22nd, there is an Education Committee meeting here at Chancellor Center at 7 p.m. And Wednesday, February 28th, is the information session, the joint effort between the FBI and DEA that will be held at Holland Middle School from 7 to 8 p.m. Thank you to the community for their flexibility regarding the snow day earlier this week. Factoring in the 2 weather-related clothing so far this year, the last day of school for students will be Thursday, June 13th, and the last teacher day will be Friday, June 14th. If we need an additional weather-related closing day, This is an advance notice for teachers in the community that the next weather-related school closing day this year will be a flexible instructional day. Final confirmation on the last days of school will happen in April, just so we can get through the rest of February. However, please note the graduation date of Tuesday, June 11th remains unchanged. This is a reminder that the most accurate and trustworthy information regarding our district is found on resources, websites, and social media platforms maintained by the Council Rock School District. As with this and all information regarding Council Rock, we advise the community to be cautious about the accuracy of information posted on social media platforms. District maintained sources are your best source of correct and reliable district information. Finally, tonight, you will hear discussion on the incident involving a Durham School Services employee on December 15, 2023. The Council Rock administration, like the community, finds it abhorrent that this incident occurred, and it's inexcusable that Durham School Services created conditions that enabled their drivers' actions to occur. Council Rock is sensitive to the gravity of this matter and has never wavered in fulfilling its obligations to the families of the students who are on the bus in question and all students of Council Rock families who ride buses. On December 15th, Council Rock reacted swiftly, as did Durham, to address the incident. Parents were informed promptly of the incident. The district cooperated with the police investigation. The district also immediately questioned Durham on how this driver got behind the wheel of a bus and what Durham was doing to ensure this type of incident would never happen again. The driver is facing charges from the December 15th incident. That driver was employed by and hired by Durham School Services. As a third-party vendor, Durham School Services was in full and complete control of hiring and the vetting process involving this individual and all other bus drivers. By way of background, Durham School Services was unanimously approved as a vendor in April of 2022 and began transporting Council Rock students in July of 2022. We anticipate hearing from Durham School Services tonight about the steps they are taking to ensure incidents like this never happen again. This concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Dr. Sanko. We have the solicitor's report now, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. The board met in executive session this evening to discuss potential litigation. The board also held a retreat on January 30th of this year.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have the presentation by the Durham School Services. Could you please also introduce yourselves? I know you have a few people from your company with you. Thank you.
Point of information. I have a point of information.
Sure.
I'm unclear why this item is under routine actions and that it is not occurring after public comment and after approval of the previous meeting minutes. I don't imagine that we are about to have a presentation from a vendor every month moving forward, so I'm not sure what is routine about this item.
So when we were setting the agenda, we felt that this is about the well-being and safety of our children, which is a top priority for us. So we felt it's very important, after the introduction by Dr. Sanko, to have them present, and then we have the opportunity to ask questions and discuss among ourselves in public. We have a chance to do that in private as an executive session or a work session, but I think the public, it was in the news, everybody has been talking about that. I think the public deserves to know exactly what is going on.
I agree, which is why I think it should occur after the public comment, but that's fine.
Go ahead.
I'm going to make a brief opening statement, and then we'll follow up with the presentation, and then obviously take your questions. Good evening, Dr. Sanko, esteemed members of the board, and the Council Rock community. My name is David Arment, Senior Vice President of Operations for Durham School Services. Tonight, we're here to apologize and share with you the actions we are taking to help prevent what occurred on Friday, December 15th, from happening again here in Council Rock. First off, we sincerely apologize for the unacceptable actions of a now former driver of ours. He has been charged with criminal actions in getting behind the wheel of our vehicle and driving while under the influence. Under a previous process, the former employee in question had access to bus keys that allowed him to operate his bus without checking in with dispatch. We will explain in our presentation how those processes have been changed and shored up. Upon being made aware of the situation by the Council Rock Transportation Department, we promptly notified local authorities and fully collaborated with their investigation. Subsequently, the driver in question was immediately relieved of duties and terminated for their reprehensible actions. We do not condone or tolerate any type of unsafe behavior, and we're deeply troubled by his recklessness to put our students and the community in danger. However, to be clear, we do accept responsibility for the incident happening in the first place. Furthermore, I want to emphasize to all of you that we did our due diligence in checking the individual's record prior to hiring him, and there were no indications of any past driving violations on the state or federal level. In short, he passed all the state and federal background checks that are required to be a bus driver in the state of Pennsylvania, and as a result, we proceeded to hire the individual. Under no circumstances would we knowingly hire any individuals who would pose a risk to them or others in the community. Additionally, we are proud of the over 150 Durham School Bus Services drivers, monitors, mechanics, and staff who serve the Council Rock community and represent the values of getting our kids to school safely, and it's an honor to serve the Council Rock community. This evening, we aim to illustrate in our presentation the protocols we have implemented to prevent such incidents from occurring in the future. And then following the presentation, we will take questions. Our team members in attendance, our Vice President of Safety, Michelle Simon, our Region Manager, Bob Scarpa, and our General Manager, Michael Chiasone, who will also address your questions. Thank you for your time. At this point, I'll turn it over to Michelle to start the presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come and share with you what our policies and procedures are for hiring drivers and monitors across the Durham business. I wanted to share with you all the pre-employment screenings that we perform on all employees within Durham. It's a very comprehensive package. As you'll see, motor vehicle record check is completed on all drivers. We perform a robust criminal background check, which includes the National Sex Offender Registry, Social Security trace, county criminal and felony and misdemeanor checks, and then a national widescreen plus check. I want to hit on one point related to what all of this entails in terms of the criminal background check. So the way that the background checks are performed is based on a candidate's social security number trace, any locations in which that candidate has resided. We will do checks in those particular areas. So it's based on what shows up in the system on that check to identify what county or state level checks would be required for that candidate. In addition to the criminal record checks, there's the employment verification process that's required pursuant to DOT regulation. And then, of course, drug and alcohol testing, as well as DOT physicals or non-DOT physicals for monitors. And then last but not least, and I did this out of order, but the DOT Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. So that's a requirement pursuant to regulation that we have to run on all candidates for driving positions to ensure that they have not had a violation, drug or alcohol related, within the previous 3 years recorded in a national database. So that's sort of the background, a snapshot of all of our pre-employment screenings that are performed on drivers and monitors across the business. Next, I wanted to talk just briefly about our driver training program. So our driver training program is in full compliance with the entry-level driver training regulation that went into effect a couple of years ago. It is a comprehensive classroom and behind-the-wheel training comprised of approximately 20 hours of classroom training, approximately 20 hours of behind-the-wheel training, including demonstration and proficiency of transporting passengers. And again, this is an industry leading training program that's supplemented with company-specific trainings as well. Technology is a large component of our safety program within Durham. One of the largest pieces of technology that we use is DriveCamlytics. DriveCamlytics is an event-based recorder. It's an event-based recorder that identifies any G-force triggered movement in the bus. So any action or behavior that is identified through the movement of the bus, we get an alert based on the behavior, and the management team is notified on certain behaviors on action being required. Action meaning additional coaching or training where necessary. So it's a leading indicator to help provide additional coaching and training opportunities to drivers based on the behaviors identified as they're driving. A snapshot into Durham's regulatory compliance, what we do to ensure compliance to all regulations as well as company policy. So you'll see here four components. A large component of our regulatory compliance is comprised of the driver qualification file. So there are federal requirements in addition to state requirements for this piece. And we maintain and adhere to full compliance to each one of the required pieces in the driver qualification file. One thing that I do want to note here is that we do within Durham require all of our drivers to submit to and be qualified with a DOT medical exam, which is above and beyond the state of Pennsylvania requirements. Random drug and alcohol testing, another area in which Durham exceeds the reporting requirements pursuant to regulation. The requirement federally is 50% and 10% to test employees on a random basis annually. The Newtown location has, in 2023, exceeded the federal requirements at 66% of our safety-sensitive employees being drug tested and 11% of our safety-sensitive employees being alcohol tested. Our pools are done quarterly and are compliant with regulation related to post-accident testing, reasonable suspicion testing as well. As I mentioned, as a part of the file process, to be qualified to be a driver, we require all of our drivers to be certified from a federal DOT standpoint in addition to the PA physical. And all of our drivers, upon completion of the federal physical, the medical exam is reviewed for completeness and compliance to ensure that our drivers meet DOT minimum medical standards. Unfortunately, there are times when examiners erroneously qualify drivers, and it's our role as the motor carrier to ensure that we have medically qualified drivers behind the wheel. Last but not least is monthly safety meetings. So we do exceed the requirement with monthly safety meetings at the location. This allows us an opportunity each month to provide an area of focus to our employees, including but not limited to driver training, passenger interaction training, and any DOT and OSHA compliance training that would be required. And that concludes the component of the safety process and program. I'll turn it over to Bob Scarpa.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. I'm going to review with you some actions that we've taken so far and some additional steps that we are in the process of working through. Let me change the screen, sorry. Some key processes that we've completed and action plans we've put into place is having drivers, to ensure drivers are interacting with our dispatchers and supervisors before and after each trip, whether it's AM or PM. So we can ensure reasonable suspicion and actually have a conversation with them. Dispatchers are auditing keyboards, so when drivers come in and return or take a key in the morning, we hand it to them off of our secured board. When they return in the afternoon or after their AM run, they're to return that key to dispatch. We keep it on a board. Dispatchers are then auditing those boards after each shift. If any key is known to be missing, supervisors notified, they go out and check the vehicle. If we find the key on the vehicle, we put it in the office, driver comes in for their next shift, we then have some coaching with that driver on proper key process. If we can't locate the key on the vehicle, we then call the driver, have them come immediately back. If we make contact with them, they come back, we get the key from them, go through the key process with them. If we can't make contact with them and can't locate the key, we contact our maintenance department, who then goes out and disconnects the battery, ensuring the driver has to report to the office before they operate that vehicle. We then sit them down and go through the key process, at which point we're looking for reasonable suspicion. When it comes to our fuelers are to obtain keys for any vehicle that needs to be fueled, AM or PM, whether in between runs or after runs. They have to obtain the key from the office and then return the key to the office for each vehicle that they fuel. They're not to take multiple keys out with them at one time. It's one key, one vehicle at a time, return the key to the office, get the next set of keys, and go fuel it. So that's been corrected. Those are some action plans on key distribution and process. Some refresher training that we've completed. Training that people have had, but we went back and did some additional training. All of our staff members went through, as well as myself, went through reasonable suspicion training and procedures again. So all of us have completed that multiple times in this one school year. In-person training for drivers. We brought our area director of safety in. She came in over a week's period, and in smaller groups went through reasonable suspicion, fitness for duty, and reporting suspected issues, right? See something, say something. So we went through this with every group in the facility, both facilities, and everyone went through the training. The district came in, the district security and safety lead came in and took the drivers and dispatchers through fitness for duty and security training. So that was also a collaboration with the district, which I thank you for. That was great. And then obviously training on the revised key distribution process to everybody, to reiterate it. Some actions that we're in process of working on. The interlock ignition devices, which for most is considered a breathalyzer type scenario. So we've been researching the devices to determine what options, capabilities, and applicability of the technology is for the school bus industry. Drug and alcohol testing. As Michelle said, we exceed the federal requirement, but we're going to explore possibilities of potentially increasing the random pool. And then working with the district to get the fiber optic network up and running for the exterior cameras in the facilities. So those are processes that we are in the process of working on with outside vendors.
So with that, we'd all be happy to take questions.
So before we do that, I would like to open it for comments from the board. If you have any something specific to say, or if you want to ask questions, Ms. Ozeki?
Okay, I have a lot to say. There has been a lot of very legitimate anger, fear, frustration among parents whose children ride the Durham school buses, myself included. There is nothing more important to me than keeping our children safe at school, and that includes on their way to and from their schools. I have prepared comments, and I hope that you all don't mind if I read them. I read these comments as a board member, but also as a parent who relies on Durham to transport my elementary school students and holds the basic expectation that they will be safe on Durham's buses. As a board, we have committed to more communication, and I intend to honor that commitment. We have a new solicitor, and with that change comes new legal advice that allows us to communicate more. Parents in Council Rock are rightfully concerned and are owed an explanation. I appreciate Durham being with us here tonight to discuss this incident with our community. Let me start by being clear about what happened. On December 15th, 2023, a student returned home via school bus and reported to their parent that the bus driver seemed to be behaving strangely. That child happened to be the last stop on the bus route. The parent called the school district, who immediately radioed for the driver to stop driving and notified the police. The next run for the driver was to an elementary school where the principal stopped the driver from picking up any more children. The driver left the elementary school and proceeded to the Wrightstown bus depot, where Council Rock administration met the bus and waited with the driver until he was taken into police custody. I want to let all parents know 4 important facts. Most important, no one was injured. There was no accident, no property was damaged, but most importantly, no one was hurt. 2, a very brave student saw something and said something. Make no mistake, no child should ever have been put in that position. But we are very grateful that she stepped forward, and we are very, very appreciative of her and her family. While we will keep her identity confidential at her request, she's a hero. 3, families who had children that rode with that bus driver that day were notified immediately. 4, upon learning of this incident, our board president called a work session for our board to get information about the incident, the response by Durham, the response by Council Rock staff, and the district's options for continuing with or terminating our busing contract. The work session occurred on January 4th and was reported as required by law in the solicitor's report on January 18th. All board members were invited to attend. Those who participated in the work session were Ann Horner, Nicole Kahn, Yoda Pally, Linda Stone, Ed Tate, and myself. The administration first explained to the board the sequence of events on December 15th, as best they understood it at the time. Representatives from Durham School Services attended and answered questions from the administration and the board members in attendance. I also want to share that I was very distressed to read news articles over the last few weeks that had information that was not provided to the school board. I'm not sure where that breakdown in communication occurred. There is one basic question that the administration and the board asked of Durham. How could this happen? How could a middle schooler notice something so wrong, but no adult noticed it when an impaired driver showed up to work? As David Armette said, keys were routinely left in the school buses, and when this driver arrived at work, he was able to hop in the school bus without interacting with any Durham staff. That's completely unacceptable. I wanted to see this policy had changed with my own eyes, so I asked Dr. Sanko to please set up an unannounced visit to both bus depots. While all board members were invited, Ms. Khan and I attended and were able to see both depots unannounced and speak with drivers, monitors, and other staff. We observed bus drivers coming in for their shifts and requesting their keys. We met some wonderful drivers, and I want to be clear that I have no reason to believe that this was anything other than an isolated incident. The incident occurred shortly after the new board was sworn in. I know parents have expressed concern about district-wide communication coming out more than a month later, and I understand that concern. It was our understanding that the bus company would be communicating with all parents sooner than they did, but the bottom line is that we are committed to more open communication. All over the district, Durham operates 125 buses each day, and we rely on them to keep our children safe. The previous school board had selected Durham in part because of their emphasis on safety and their state-of-the-art safety precautions such as onboard cameras, hard braking alerts, and driver training. As a Council Rock parent whose children ride and continue to ride these buses, and as a member of this board, I'm not yet satisfied with Durham's response. I believe we need to re-examine our busing contract. Alternatively, I have requested Durham to provide bus monitors on our buses. In addition to preventing problems like this, a bus monitor could help on other bus problems like rendering first aid or handling bullying or other student issues. Many districts provide bus monitors. I have also requested that Durham absorb the cost of bus monitors based on this incident. Lastly, I want to take a moment to assure our parents who might feel nervous sending their children on school buses. I have no reason to believe that this is anything other than an isolated incident. I have continued to send my children on the school bus, and I hope that with proper precautions, we can all feel confident about our children's transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zeki. Any other comments from the board before we ask questions? Mr. Roosevelt?
I've got other questions, but if that's a separate section, I can wait.
Any other comments? Okay, so before we go into questions, I think that because student safety is one of our priorities, we are all upset with what happened. And we're here tonight to understand. I think we understood a little bit about how it happened, but make sure that something like that never happens again. It was clearly a systemic failure of some sort that caused this event. And I also find it unacceptable that the board was not given all the information up front. We found out things from the media the day that the reports came out. So it's something that I would like to, at some point, Durham to respond. And with that, please, what questions for Durham? Mr. Roosevelt? Yeah.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions for Durham. Thank you for coming out today and having your presentation to communicate to the community not only what you have done, but what you are planning to do or what you are doing. It was reassuring to hear from my colleague, Ms. Oseki, that some of these implementations have taken place. I'm curious, my first question is, where is Durham in the process of the rest of them? Do you have a timeline of when the rest of your new planned initiatives are going to be completed?
Yeah, I think the easy one is the infrastructure, the fiber optic infrastructure. You know, we've gotten an idea of where all the cameras are. We've committed to at least get the installations done. We just have to secure a vendor and execute on it. So, and we'll be working with, who have we been working with? Michael. So have you been? Donald. Okay.
Do you have a timeline for that?
I do not yet, but we can get you one. It'll be relatively quick.
Thank you. My next question is, in the presentation, you mentioned an alert system based upon G-forces. On the date in question that this incident occurred, did that alert system work? Was Durham notified?
Yes, there were two alerts that were identified, and the area director of safety quickly connected with Michael, and that's where the dialogue started. So I would have to defer to Michael on specifics, but yes, there were two events that were triggered where the area director identified that, yes, there is something visibly wrong. We need to get this individual off the road immediately.
At what point in the route did that occur, and what actions did Durham take when that took place? In other words, why is it that a middle schooler, the last one on the route, gets off? Why did that alert system not take into place and have action sooner?
So DriveCam is not an immediate, there's an alert that goes out. It goes to the company called Linux, who they analyze the videos. As an alert comes through, they analyze the video. And then the video is sent with an alert to us.
Closer to the microphone over here.
I'm sorry. Then the video is sent through an alert to us. Sometimes it can take them, depending on the time frame, it could take them a few hours, it could take them an hour, it could take them till the next day, depending on the time of day that it occurs. So there is a time delay through when an event occurs to when we get the event.
I understand that's the video, but I thought that the presentation was specific to G-forces and having an alert system based upon G-forces, and that Durham recognized that the driver needed to be removed immediately. When did that take place?
Let me see if I can clarify. So it is a G-force triggered technology. And all of those events that are triggered by that G-force trigger are reviewed by Lytics. So Lytics reviews all of our events and classifies them based on the behavior seen. That process is what Bob was talking about, is that sometimes it's not immediate. So that can happen at 2 p.m. and we may not receive the notification of that in our queue for a couple of hours. I will say, when I received the phone call on the 15th of December from the area director of safety, it was probably 4:30 Central Standard Time. So that would have been 5:30. So it's hard for me to tell you specifically when that event came through, but it is not necessarily immediate at the time that the trigger happens, because it goes through a formal review process.
Thank you. I'm hoping that that timeline to tighten that up is part of your consideration. If not, this is mostly a retroactive technology. And I think that the assumption that I took as one board member from that presentation is that this was more instantaneous. My last question is, did this driver work for First Student, the prior bus company for this district, before, or was he a Durham driver? Was he hired by Durham specifically? What's the sort of history of that driver?
This was a new driver hired by Durham. He did not come over from First Student. He had been with the company a short period of time, probably less than 2 months.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had one more question. With regards to these new initiatives that you developed, were these based upon your own internal and problem evaluation of this incident and other incidences from the area that you're aware of? Or did Durham reach out to other bus companies to try to figure out, hey, are we being the safest bus company out there? Is there something else that we can do? I'm just curious to understand where that came from.
Based on an internal review. We didn't go to any external bus companies and ask what their processes were. When we learned of what the process was, candidly, it was a holdover from First Student. We said, there's a problem here, and obviously we need to change it. So that's when we came up with what you saw as far as controlling the keys and making sure that people have eyeballs on drivers as they come in.
Thank you. I yield to the rest of my colleagues. Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Khan?
Thank you. I guess I have a couple questions. In terms of the action steps, we talked a lot about the key process, the keyboard, auditing of the keys, refueling process, and the refresher training for the employees. Are these steps for clarification for those at home and those throughout the media that we were able to read in the news? Were those steps already not in place prior to the December 15th meeting?
So the key review process clearly was not in place. I mean, at the time, the fueler basically was controlling the keys and not giving them to dispatch. So that was the change that we made in terms of the key process. As far as the training goes, the reasonable suspicion training was deployed to our staff, and it was basically reinstituted after the incident. And then the fitness for duty training was done by the district. Obviously, we hadn't had that before. And internally, it was the first fitness for duty training that we had done with the drivers as a result of the incident.
Thank you. And in terms of the possibilities, I was going to actually ask that same question that Mr. Roosevelt asked. We definitely would like to see an update and timeline of when those possibilities, if they ever are going to come to fruition, or whatever obstacles there are, so some sort of update. I know coming out of I think Mr. Roosevelt also asked the question where some of these possibility procedures or protocols to be placed. I know at that January 2nd meeting, those were some questions we had already asked Durham, and some of you were sitting there. The possibility of more testing, more random testing, a greater pool, as well as the breathalyzer, and then we talked about that whole exchange of keys and what happens in all of that process. I am happy to report that this morning, I know Mrs. Osecki already alluded to the fact that she, myself, Dr. Sanko, and Tony Rapp did 2 surprise visits from the very morning early shift to the mid-afternoon shift to go in and see the protocol. We were able to ask questions, see the keyboards, so we appreciate that. And then one more question I had regarding one of the social media articles regarding, I guess there was some question about where this individual was residing. One of the questions I had was, at some point, I guess it was in one of the articles, that they were living in some sort of home that wasn't like a permanent residence. In the application and vetting process, is there ever a follow-up or check-in to see if the ID that they, I would imagine, provided matches up with their actual permanent residence or their current residence as they are employees through Durham?
When we did the background check on that individual, his driver's license and the background check address matched. So whether he was at, a halfway house, or we have no idea, what his living arrangements were at the time of the incident. But when we screened him and everything, all of the checks came back, the address on his driver's license was the address that was basically used for, following up on his criminal background history, his driving record, and everything else. So it was news to us, as it was to the community, that he wasn't at the address that he had given us.
I mean, that could be another possibility, right? Some sort of routine check, because obviously, myself also being a parent, that my son has been riding the school bus since he was in kindergarten. I was surprised to read that in a newspaper article or see it on the news versus information. So thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Hickey?
First of all, again, I appreciate you coming out and giving us background and what steps you are planning to do in the future. I'll keep it real simple. I agree with Ms. Osecki 100% on the words that she said. She covered everything succinctly. I guess my question is, this happened. So as awful and despicable as it was, what do we do to prevent anything from like this to happening again? It shouldn't have happened in the first place, but like I said, how do we do it? I guess a couple of suggestions that were said, and we try to go in a timeline, things that may be able to be instituted a little quicker, and I don't know how it works as far as your agreements or whatnot, but a couple questions. Do drivers ever have the vehicles at their home for any period of time? Like, for example, you make a run in the morning, you have a few hours off at lunchtime, and you come back in, you don't come back in the afternoon, you basically take your vehicle out again for an afternoon run.
In certain cases, there are parkouts, approved parkouts. We call them approved parkouts, where drivers will either take their vehicle home or to a designated parking spot where they'll park it, which is closer to their schools, their PM pickup, as opposed to coming back to the yard. But that is vetted out, and then it's actually documented in our bike curve system that it's a park out.
Yeah, and I just don't know if there's any way to prevent something from happening in the interim between those hours. Another thing that you were talking about that has been mentioned in a couple different things, you talked about the key failures and what happens if somebody doesn't return a key or whatever. I mean, is it possible if someone does not follow the protocol of their keys as opposed to just bringing them in or saying something to them, could you, because it would also end people making this mistake, is it possible to institute a breathalyzer to that person who fails to return those keys as opposed to just meeting him in person?
That is a possibility. We do have labor partners that we would have to work with on that. The drivers are represented by a union collective bargaining agreement. So all of that would have to be worked out with them as part of the process. Candidly, I never thought of that as, as a possibility. when we were presented with the breathalyzer, it was kind of thought about holistically, and that's kind of where we've been focusing our attention as far as, in putting it out throughout the entire system, but not just somebody who makes a mistake on the key process. So again, working with vendors, working with the local unions, we'll come up with an answer for the administration on where we think it's going to go. And candidly, there might be some downsides to this, and we'll bring those to the attention of the administration as well. What does it do for recruiting? There is no school bus application for breathalyzers that we know of in the United States. And we have to remember, too, that while there were maybe 14 or 15 of these incidents in 2023, those were all criminal actions that took place. And we have to, I guess, weigh what are the unintended consequences of addressing all of it versus the criminal, for example. So, but those are discussions that we'll have once we do our research and present, the options to the administration, or at least present what we found to the administration.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone?
Yes, I understand Tracy's suggestion of a bus monitor, and I can recognize the difficulties in establishing that. But are there other alternatives where you have more immediate feedback than the system that's in place now, either where somebody is actually monitoring cameras on all the buses to look for any changes in behavior, or maybe phone check-ins every 30 minutes or every hour with every bus driver from a central location to talk to them and make sure things are all right, because it may not just be criminal activities that we're looking at, but if someone has some medical condition that all of a sudden acts up, something unknown, how would you be able to react to that? If somebody, I don't know, has a dizzy spell or has a heart attack. I mean, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we've got state-of-the-art Zonar GPS systems in our vehicles. Now, I know that. We have state-of-the-art GPS systems in our vehicles. It's called Zonar. Now, it's not GPS as we thought at the January 4th meeting where it's turn by turn. No, GPS monitors speed, monitors certain different safety activities that are going on. And we look at that, and my team gets safety alerts, speeding alerts that go directly to the general manager and to the supervisors. They get them basically within minutes of a speed event taking place. I don't know that, calling a driver, first of all, we have a zero cell phone policy that for termination purposes, for safety purposes. If we call every driver every half hour, they're either having to pull over, stop the bus, shut the bus off, take a phone call from us, or they're going to answer the phone as they're driving, and we're going to have to terminate them because it's going to come up on DriveCam. So we're actually creating a more unsafe environment to do some of those things. But we do monitor the Zonar intently for any activity that may tell us that there's an issue, if that helps.
Or as I say, somebody monitoring cameras where you don't have to actually interact with the driver.
Yeah, so the camera systems that we have are Scion cameras, and they're hard drive cameras, correct? So that can only be monitored when the vehicle comes back to the building and we take the hard drive out. So if a district calls us or a school calls us and says, I need video from bus number 3, because there was an incident on the bus of bullying, let's just use that, for instance. We have to go out, take the hard drive out, replace it with another hard drive so that when that bus goes out, it's recording. Then take that and bring it into the office and view it. So we could view video, but it's going to be dated video. It's going to be the day before. So it's difficult to look at cameras that way.
And that's a separate system from the drive cam.
Yes, it's
system.
totally separate.
There's two separate camera systems on the bus.
By the way, it's camera systems that I believe this district has never had before. So those are all cameras that, you know, we had to get the union to agree to. And so now we definitely have more observations going on.
Any other questions? Suzeki?
Okay. Yep, I have a few questions, or a lot of questions, sorry. So we talked about the triggers, that the hard braking, and we've talked about 2 bus camera systems. All those things, none of them, as Mr. Roosevelt, I think correctly said, all of them are reactive. None of them are proactive, none of them are live. Is that accurate? Okay, so then one thing I would suggest is maybe there's a way to, with some sort of different technology, to have something that could be live. Some version of those things. I don't know what exists, but you know, that certainly is something that I would want you guys to look at. Next is you sent an action plan to the board or to the superintendent. I'm wondering if you'd be willing to make that public. It's similar to what was in this tonight.
Yeah, it was in the, basically, the action plan we sent was in the presentation. It's almost word for word, but sure. This is all public record, so yeah.
Good, thank you. And then along the same lines, can you explain the process between the event on December 15th and your communication with our school community? Like what happened in between there, and if you have the dates and what you were waiting on before communicating with the school community?
Well, I know we work collaboratively with the district on the communications. I know after the December 15th incident, we did get the communication out to the Holland parents with the limited information that we had. Candidly, we didn't do anything else because the driver had not been charged, okay? So we don't want to put out information that's incomplete, that's going to, you know, make everybody in the community unsure because we don't have all the facts. So we waited to get all the facts before we released any further communications to the community.
Okay, thank you. My last question is for Michelle. Can you explain again about sorry to put you on the spot. Could you explain again, I know you talked about the drug testing and the alcohol testing and the medical safety training. I would like to, if you could elaborate on that or go over it again. It was a little quick.
So the drug testing component, all of our employees, whether they are a driver or a monitor, would submit to drug testing. The drug testing panels are the same for both positions. So that's pre-hire. And then post-hire for all of our drivers, they are enrolled in a random testing program. So each quarter we submit a roster and random, number of employees get selected based on the draw. And that's for both drug and alcohol testing for drivers, for safety sensitive positions. Other than the random testing, the only other times that there would be a qualified reason to test under our policy or DOT regulations would be post-accident in the event that there was a DOT reportable accident and our driver was cited, or of course, reasonable suspicion. And so our internal drug and alcohol policy does also, include reasonable suspicion for all staff. Does that answer the drug part?
Yes.
Okay. The medical review process, all of our drivers, I'll speak specifically to drivers, undergo a DOT medical exam. And that is in addition to the Pennsylvania physical. So essentially, when a candidate comes in, they submit to both of those and are examined by the medical examiner for both and complete both sets of paperwork. The DOT exam is much more robust. It looks at more medical conditions and quantitatively identifies where there could be risks. That then is compared to or looked at to determine medical qualifications based on DOT minimum medical standards. So there are standards set forth under DOT that drivers have to meet in order to obtain a DOT card. So for example, if somebody has hypertension, their hypertension cannot be the disqualifier is anything over 140 over 90. So it's going to look at that level of detail when it comes to a driver's medical qualification. Same thing goes on insulin dependency. So if we have a diabetic, DOT standards are much more rigorous. So DOT standards say if the A1C of a driver candidate is above 10.0, they are not regulated. So they've got, certainly their blood sugars are not being regulated and could pose a risk of an issue on the road. And so those people are put on medical hold. We, as the motor carrier, pursuant to regulation, are ultimately responsible to make sure that every driver is fit and meets minimum medical standards. So there are times that operationally we're challenged because we pull those people off of the road to ensure that they're compliant. Whether it's insulin, a lot of CPAP usage, people that need to wear a CPAP machine so that they are properly rested. So after the physical is completed, that physical is reviewed by a team of doctors and nurses who are much more qualified than I on DOT regulations. And they provide us guidance based on the information contained in the exam. If there is question for follow-up, then we take it back. So in this case, Michael and his team would take it back to that candidate or that current driver and explain to them what we need to ensure that they're cleared medically and can operate a commercial motor vehicle.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. So I think you alluded to the drug and alcohol testing being more stringent than the requirements. Is that true? Because I believe, if I remember correct, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we talked about that at the January 4th session, and we were told that you were concerned that it would be a union issue. So I wanted to make sure that I'm understanding that.
So I think that, and I don't want to speak, I wasn't here on January 4th, but what I will say is we organizationally, as National Express, Durham School Services as a whole, we operate our drug and alcohol random testing under a consortium, meaning every location across the U.S. is thrown into one consortium, and we pull percentages to achieve the 50% and the 10% required by DOT regulation. To get that calculation, just coincidentally, with all locations into that one consortium, the location here down the street, 66% of their employees were tested for drug and 11% were tested for alcohol. So that was not intentional. The larger consortium did also exceed regulation, but by design, you never know because it's all randomized. So 13,000 employees are in the random pool, and we select a certain percentage to ensure organizationally we achieve the 50% and the 10% required on an annual basis.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Any other questions? Who's first? Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Thank you guys for coming here today. I don't know if I'm close enough to this mic. So thank you for the presentation. You mentioned a lot of protocols that you have in place and that you've created since the incident. Besides the bus key board, which I have a question about, what are the other things that have changed? Because I mean, you already had most of this in place. So what was it, again, just in summary, anything you've changed since then besides the keyboard, if that's even
Yeah,
changed?
the keyboard was probably the biggest thing that we changed. And what that did was enable us to view and interact with every driver before we hand them the key so we can ensure that they're fit for duty. The other thing that we did, and again, it was mentioned in the presentation, is we went ahead and instituted a lot of retraining on fitness for duty, not on fitness for duty, for reasonable suspicion, and then we also implemented the fitness for duty training.
So, yes, sir.
The maintenance part is the area that we totally revamped. So, because that's the area that we feel we had the biggest disconnect. And we've taken care of that.
Well, thank you. I'm going to jump around here. So as far as, can somebody, what if there's not somebody there monitoring the board? Can somebody just bypass that?
No, we've got procedures in place to ensure somebody is there at all times.
Okay. And then I know we're talking about alcohol and drugs. With marijuana being a prescription drug, that's a pretty tough one, especially for our officers in the back, I'm sure. What, is that part of the process too? Because I mean, how do you really determine if somebody's inhibited with something like that?
Are you asking how do we identify if somebody is?
Is that monitored?
We, pursuant to DOT regulations, the panel that we test for is a DOT 5-panel drug test, which is inclusive of marijuana.
Okay.
So that is the same for our non-DOT positions as well, across the board, because of the safety-sensitive nature of our positions that we have.
Well, thank you very much. Also, let's see. I'm going to lose my thought for a second. You mentioned 15 incidents in 2023, but this was unique, or they were criminal related? I didn't quite follow that part.
Yeah, there were approximately 15 instances of bus drivers driving under the influence of alcohol. And that's across the country. So that's what I was referring to.
Oh, okay. But they're criminal. All of them are criminal. I just thought maybe you were saying they stole the bus and they were
Oh,
driving.
no. These were bus drivers at a specific school district or contractor that knowingly took their keys, drove drunk, and subsequently got caught.
Last question. Are you confident that you're doing everything you can, and you're going to continue to work?
I do. I think the biggest change was the key piece and the observation piece. And I think, controlling the keys, making sure that our staff have, eyes on our folks. I do think that's a huge step in preventing this from happening again.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Ms. Pally. Yeah. I wanted to just make a couple of comments and ask a question. One is, I'm confident that the administration responded very quickly on the day of the incident and very effectively and kept us informed, and I appreciate that greatly. I think that gives us a lot of confidence. We got a good briefing as a board on January the 4th, and we're getting additional information tonight, which I appreciate. I like the 0 cell phone policy, by the way. That's better than our state law. I want to ask a question that I believe I asked on January 4, which is, are you confident that none of your staff interacted with that driver that day before he got behind the wheel? Because the way the scenario is described, he arrived in the lot, went right to the bus in which the key was already sitting, and was able to leave without anyone interacting. Are you confident that that's the case and that nobody was negligent?
Yes, he arrived late. He missed the first leg of his journey. He went to the bus and went right on the second leg of his journey, which was the middle school.
Okay, that's what I understood, and the new process is intended to prevent that from happening because the bus's keys will be secure.
Would not find the keys in the bus.
Great, okay. Well, just briefly to sum, I think we're not done. What you presented here is a good start, but this has to be an ongoing, continual process. I hope that
there's a heightened awareness that we have to be really vigilant about safety, and there's safety threats that you might not have imagined. No one may have imagined this particular scenario previously, but it happened. So I encourage you to be proactive and very thoughtful about safety processes going forward. And I know you're a sizable national company, which is a strength in many respects, and your safety program is national, and whatever you learn in Texas gets applied here in Council Rock and so forth. And I really hope that this incident means that there'll be a heightened awareness, and you're going to be creative and take proactive steps in the future to continue to enhance safety. So I think this is encouraging, but I think it's a first step. So thank you.
We agree. It is an ongoing process.
Ms. Horner?
Thank you for being here. You talked about your internal across the nation. I'm hoping that you will go and look in the other bus companies and what they're doing well for safety, and that you will maybe take some of that in as well.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Just last question. This actually was, I just wanted to clarify, because I think you said that that you learned things from but I would like, just the specifics for my own, please, so we know what wasn't relayed to us. Thank you.
So, and I was going to bring this up. So when I was reading the reports from the media, I found out, and I think we all found out, that this person was a recovering alcoholic living in a halfway house, and we had no idea about that before. And then he had wine the night before, and then he had shots of vodka before going to work. And on his way to work, he had a hit and run. He hit another car, and then with a damaged car, he came to the depot. Nobody saw that he was in an accident. He was able to get into the bus, get the keys, and keep going. And apparently, when the police interviewed him, he had no recollection of the hit and run. I mean, this is scary. This is really scary. You have someone in that condition driving our kids to and from school. This is extremely serious for us. So I really appreciate coming and giving us the information. And we met January 4th. We heard your presentation. You talked about some things you could do right away, which you did. Thank you. And then you had a whole other list of things that you're looking into it. It's now almost a month and a half later, and you're still looking into them. So I think we want a very tight timeline of what you plan to do next, because what happened is very serious, and I don't think everybody in this board is 100% certain that with all these measures in place, this is not going to happen again. And the safety and wellness of our children is our #1 priority, along with our education. So we expect a very quick response about next steps. And we are very happy that you have been working with Dr. Sanko and his administration, but we would like to speed things up as much as possible.
And we will accelerate the timeline, and we'll get some information to the administration on those open items.
Thanks for being here. While we're talking about buses and drivers, I just want to use this as an opportunity to reach out to the many drivers that live and work and serve our kids real well in this community for many years. As Michael knows for sure, he knows since since December 15th, that our cabinet team has been making unannounced visits to both bus depots. And we've spent a lot of time tonight talking about listening to the change in the process of keys. The question we have is, how will you monitor and ensure that this system, your new key system, is effective and remains in place indefinitely?
Okay, so I can guarantee you that this is not just a fly-by-night system that we put into place. Now, granted, we did revise our key system due to this unfortunate situation that happened on December 15th. Michael and the supervisors are committed to following the process, and I will be checking up on the process. Dave will be checking up on the process as he makes visits, and our area safety director, Ann Murtha, will be doing some follow-up visits as well. Spot checking, unannounced checking by you guys, which you've done and I've done in other facilities. For the same reasons, I think that's the way we're going to kind of stay on top of this. We keep copies of all of the audits that are done every day, so we're going to have copies of those so we can go back and take a look at those as well. So our due diligence on a leadership team going in and doing our follow-up is key to holding people accountable to following the processes.
Thanks, Bob.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Roosevelt?
Thank you. I have a couple of quick questions, just in follow-up and listening to the discussion here. The first is, this was a criminal and a police case, and to the best of your knowledge, is it still?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you indicated that you've got this drug test that's randomized and that this driver in particular was a new hire specific to Durham. So when was his last drug test, and was he ever captured in one of these randomized drug testings?
He was a relatively new hired employee, but he was random drug tested in November of 2023 with a result of negative.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated that he had been terminated. At what point was this driver terminated from Durham? At night. That night, on December 15th. Thank you. And then I think that the other thing that this board and this community is looking for, we've heard of these internal modifications, which I think is great. I'm really happy that you're taking this seriously to get in front of this, this whole situation, and that you've responded. However, can you provide the community additional assurance on putting faith and trust to putting their kids on a bus tomorrow morning, next week, moving forward, to reestablish that? Because I think that you've implemented a lot of things. I understand that there aren't necessarily national regulations that control this. You've implemented new things as a result of internal problem solving. I agree with Ms. Horner and encourage you to reach out to others. I'd like to know how Durham currently compares to other school bus companies in this area. And I'm wondering if you're prepared to make some sort of a statement on how safe you believe your company is. In addition, connecting to what Dr. Sanko said, could this school district receive something in writing indicating your commitments and all these new additional initiatives that you've added here? Something that we could have in writing as an addendum that we could attach to the contract. Is that something that you're prepared to do? And to that, I'm done. I'll wait for your answers.
Let me address the first, as far as our safety culture record. I'd put our safety record, culture, process, program, keys aside, up against anybody in the industry. I think we're that good. And I've been in the industry a long time. I've worked for First Student for a long time. In fact, I oversaw this contract for a while. I think Durham does a better job. That's just, I mean, it might be selfish because I'm standing here working for Durham, but I think we do a great job. Fact of the matter is, the key process that was broken was a holdover from First Student. So we corrected that. And I'm not here to bash First Student, but I do think our program is very good, if not great. As far as a commitment to safety, and yeah, that's a takeaway, and we don't have any problem adding that to the contract.
Mr. Hidalgo?
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Just the last question, because, I was concerned about I'm concerned about what you had said. I'm wondering, I guess the time frame will just be when the police report came out. My guess is the media got that information from a police report, so that would have probably taken some time before that was available.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
So we could find out. But I mean, obviously, you didn't go and get the report. You weren't really interested to do that, right? Not that you had to, I'm just asking.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I don't even know when the report was available. I think something came up that said the individual was going to be charged.
Yeah.
And at that point, we were notified by the district that, we needed to provide.
Sure. That's fine. So it wasn't like you were not getting it to us or we weren't.
Yeah, no,
Basically, the media goes to the.
No, we were letting the investigation plan. My understanding is there were some jurisdictional issues between Northampton and Newtown, and the district attorney was trying to, figure that all out. So, yeah, I don't even think it was available because of the delays on the legal side.
Okay, just give him more clarity.
Mr. Hidalgo, if I may.
Sure.
It was, Mr. Armet's correct, it was a complaint that was jointly filed between Northampton Township and Newtown Township, and I heard a couple times tonight about information. There was information we didn't know as a district, because as you well know, it's a criminal investigation, the police were handling it. We didn't know until we went to the courthouse to get the complaint, and that's when we learned of some things that Mrs. Polly referenced tonight. That's when I learned the statement, that was the exact statement that was made by the principal who tried to prevent the driver from moving and keeping kids off the bus. So at no time did we have that information before the complaint was filed, and our team, our security team, actually went to the courthouse and got it. So that's when we received the information.
Thanks.
The only thing in this specific incident is when we met, we asked you if you had reviewed the tape of the bus driver driving that day, and I remember you said that you had. And when we got the report from the police, we found out that this person had threw up in the bus several times, and he was trying to clean it up. So is that something you saw in your tapes, or it's something that came up later?
So while the bus was sitting at the elementary, not picking up elementary students, it appeared from my vantage point that he was bent over with his head between his legs, and I did not see it, he could have been throwing up. I saw the principal came to the door, he opened the door, she confronted him, they spoke, okay? I presume she witnessed it, and that's where that information came from. I did not actually see it on the tape.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So if you don't mind, I would like you to stay until after our public comment in case anything comes up, and then you can, thank you. Yeah. So this is public comment for agenda items only. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board. We would ask that you limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast live on CRTV when speaking. It is our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. So going through my list, for agenda item, I only have one name, Ty Jones.
However, I am a Council Rock whatever reason, your Council Rock security guard harassed me in the hallway. I told him I was under the weather, so he called the police on me. I have this in case I vomit. You know, I'm under the weather. I apologize. I'm taking proper precautions.
I'm sorry, could you please state your township?
It's listed as Northampton.
Oh, okay.
You see it on the list.
It
as
says
Northampton.
north, it doesn't
Yes.
say Northampton. Thank you.
I don't appreciate being harassed today.
And what a gentleman.
Under the weather. I have children here, and I am a parent, and I deserve a lot better than that. So excuse you, Yoda. About this drunk bus driver, the bus company explained what happened, and Yoda, you had full knowledge of what happened, but you kept it in your inner circle. Unlike Yoda, some of my kids actually go to Council Rock. Your kids don't, mine do. Yoda doesn't want her kids to go to Council Rock, and yet she wants to serve on the school board. Yeah, no shade or fraud there. Man, she's just using this as a political stepping stone, probably like possibly her other friends. The four real honest people on the board, Horner, Hickey, Hidalgo, Roosevelt, and Council Rock parents want answers. I'm wearing my favorite Iverson jersey because I have answers. I do have answers, and this is too much nonsense. I'm under the weather. I'm out here because I care about kids. Unlike you, I care about kids, Council Rock kids, and Council Rock staff. You see, last month, Clark and Yoda admitted they had a private Democrat meeting with Rudolph Clark law firm around Thanksgiving. In that one meeting, that one night, Yoda, Nikki, Tracy, Tate, and Stone sold out themselves, their families. They sold out Council Rock. They destroyed a 40-year relationship with Eastburn and Gray law firm. And they sold possibly the solicitor job to Rudolph Clark.
No.
In exchange for possible money and future possible political bribes. The majority of Democrats did all this in one meeting and one night. You must be forgetting that there's more Council Rock parents than there are of you. The boss. Yoda, congratulations on your temporary school board gig. Congrats on your immoral and possible illegal business relationship with Rudolph Clark. Clark, a message from Pennsbury, my friends there. You suck. You really suck. On a different page, Horner, Hickey, Hidalgo, Roosevelt, you're amazing and you're honest people who have Council Rock's best interests at heart.
30 seconds.
Rest in peace, Randy Savage. You four, Horner, Hickey, Hidalgo, Roosevelt, you're the cream of the crop. The cream always rises to the top. The cream will always rise to the top. To the top, the cream will rise. Enough's enough. I am,
That's 3
not
minutes,
doing well,
sir.
as I mentioned, but the cream will always rise to the top. I explained it very, very clearly. There was no reason for me to be harassed in the hallway. All I was doing is expressing my ideas, and I am a parent.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your comment.
God bless.
So next is the approval of minutes of the meeting of the board on, approval of minutes of the meeting on the board of January 18, 2024. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
Wait, are we,
There was one person signed up for,
No, there's only one person.
yeah,
But-
is there anyone else? That's all. Or-
We normally don't do that because they sign here if they are on the board.
but,
That's Joe's point.
yeah, and if there's someone here who wants the bus, it might be. if they're
Are there any questions from the audience for the bus company? Okay, go ahead, yeah. Yes, please.
Jennifer Losi, Newtown Township. So I just had a question. So when you were going through the information, you said that the driver actually missed the first leg of his run, but was able to pick up the second and third leg?
Just a sec.
Just the second. So who covered the first leg? Because you would think that the company would be scrambling to try to find a replacement, right?
We were, and we did.
Right. So,
You need to come to the podium to answer these questions so someone can hear you.
right, so the whoever's at the depot, they're scrambling, so-and-so didn't show up,
Correct.
right? We need to get another driver,
Correct.
and nobody noticed that this guy drives in a beat-up car when they're looking for him because he hasn't made his run.
He reported as late. He did speak to the dispatchers that he was coming back late. They said, we'll cover your high school, go straight to the middle school, on the phone.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. The Drive Camlytics, is that actually more of an analytics for training purposes as opposed to real-time feedback for driver safety?
Yes, so DriveCam is a training tool.
Correct, okay, that's all I
It is a
needed.
training tool.
And Zonar, did you get any kind of alerts on your Zonar system?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other agenda item, comment or questions? All right. All right, we're going to proceed with item J, approval of minutes of the meeting of the board on January 18, 2024. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
I move to approve the minutes.
Was Ms. Stone?
Second.
Mr. Hidalgo, second.
I have a question
Sure.
about the minutes. I'm hoping Mr. Clark here can help me. I'm looking at the motion to recommend the firm of Rudolph and Clark be appointed as solicitor. Can you explain to me what a recommendation is to be the solicitor?
Respectfully, I'm not sure if I understand your question.
A recommendation is not an appointment, correct?
This is a question regarding the minutes?
The motion reads, I move to recommend that the law firm of Rudolph and Clark be appointed. My question is, that is a recommendation, correct?
Mr. Hickey, is this a question regarding the minutes, or are you trying to question me to say you don't believe a recommendation is a motion and therefore it was invalid?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're on the minutes right now. But again, if you are going to go form over substance, I think it was very clear what the board was motioning and doing at that point in time, and the board voted to appoint us. But the question regarding the minutes is, that's the way it's recorded in the minutes. I don't recall exactly what the language that was used.
I'm reading the exact language that was used, and that is my question. I move to recommend that the firm of Rudolph and Clark LLC be appointed. There's other things that are after that. My question is, we voted on a recommendation, not an appointment, correct?
And again, is this related to the minutes? Are you objecting to the way the minutes are written? Or are you trying to make a point that our appointment was invalid because it's a recommendation? If it is, this respectfully would not be the appropriate time to do that, because this is a motion on the minutes. A motion to accept the minutes as written.
Okay, so then I can bring this item up, I guess, later in the evening.
You can. The issue before the board right now is whether or not we're going to approve the minutes.
I think I understand. Could I, Ms. Pally, could I just say something?
Mr. Roosevelt?
To just avoid potential contention here, I think Mr. Hickey is, and I agree, we're approving minutes, and it's important that we understand it. But if to your counsel and your opinion that this is better placed, or part of this is better placed in new business or old business, that's fine. But I think that this board, or Mr. Hickey, I guess, if I can speak for him, is trying to understand, are we approving something that maybe we're unclear of a definition, or does that not matter? That we're just approving the way that these events took place, the way they took place? Is that what's happening?
The approval of the minutes is not an opportunity to go back and rewrite what occurred at an earlier meeting. So if the word recommended was used and you want it changed, you can't do that. You're approving the minutes as the official record of the meeting that happened on, and forgive me if I'm missing the date, January 18th. So all we're doing now is approving the minutes as the official minutes of the Council Rock School District School Board from January 18th, 2024.
And I have in front of me the exact motion that was, that took place. And it said, I move to recommend that the firm of Rudolph Clark be appointed as the solicitor for the Council Rock School District. Rudolph Clark shall represent the Council Rock School District in all legal matters, including special education. The board shall approve special counsel when appropriate upon the advice and consent of the solicitor. Just for clarification. Yes, Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I think I brought that up, but now's not the time. It'd have to come under old business. We are just approving the minutes, to Mr. Clark's point. And obviously, there's a lot of discussion to be had about motions, and that's to be had under old business, correct? If we so choose.
If you so choose.
Which we do.
The motion in
I
front
know,
of
I got
everyone
you.
right now is to approve the minutes of the January 18th, 2024 meeting.
Thank you. So I'm going to move on to that then, the minutes. Ms. Donna,
So we had a motion and a second. Can we,
I am actually asking about the minutes.
yes.
Okay. I was only clarifying when these guys should do that. So, and also, usually the president is the last person to speak. But that's kind of what's in this motion, too. The president allows all other members to speak before they speak.
I just wanted to read you the motion, Mr. Hidalgo, in case you
Oh, no, I'm
forgot
okay
what
with
it
that.
said.
I'm okay with it. It's right there in the minutes. Hopefully, everybody obviously is reading them this year, but let's get to the point. So the solicitor, did these, first of all, it shows that there was a point when there was no solicitor present. I would like that to be basically absent in the minutes. Well, it says seated upon motion, but it doesn't say that the other solicitor was absent. I just like a little more clarity, number one. Go ahead. Okay. And then I'll take a little bit of question on number 21, Rudolph and Clark appointment. And basically, did somebody tell you what to put in here, or you made these choices
Sorry,
yourself?
can you explain what you're talking?
Sure. So basically, it talks about, the discussion took place concerning transparency change and the selection of a new solicitor. That was probably almost 40 or 50 minutes.
Yes, I don't get into, I
Okay.
do summarize, and that's basically what the minutes are supposed to be to.
Okay. And then, so Ms. Polly also made a prepared statement before anybody else spoke. That was, the motion was made, and the president made a statement, which I want added to the minutes because it was a prepared statement. There's not a lot of detail on what happened last, please, can I just finish? There's not a lot of detail about Ms. Polly's statement, but what we did see verbatim was Mr. Clark's statement after Ms. Polly basically said her statement, well, that was in the beginning, but as soon as we came off of recess, Ms. Polly asked Mr. Clark to explain some questions that maybe they spoke about before recess or not. I don't know if anybody was present. But my point is that verbatim from the transcript, Mr. Clark's statement made it into the minutes. What I find a little bias about that is that there's so much that was not mentioned in this, okay? And it really paints the picture when you state his claim that, a situation where the minority board can block any business from occurring, right? By requiring a vote of a 2/3. You basically are painting the fact that all of the questions that we asked where we were denied in public, the answers to a certain process of hiring a solicitor down to that we were trying to filibuster or block a vote is disingenuous. And I want more detail into this. So I'm going to continue. It's still my time, thanks. And you guys can come back when it's your time.
I'm not interrupting you, Joe.
I know. God bless you. Me and him get along. We've been doing this for 8 years almost. So can you, whoever's talking up there, if you can't keep quiet, we're going to ask you to leave. All right? So basically, I also wanted to know from the solicitor, there was a statement made after the meeting from Ms. Polly that she put on the, that you put on the website, right? And it details what happened with the, so that's either going to go in these meeting minutes. I don't think you can attach them to after the fact, but that's going to be my question, is I would like this is a statement that was publicly published by the president about what happened last meeting. So I want to figure out how we keep these things on public record. Number two, I mean, this all ties together in a sense that, I mean, there is a statement from Ms. Polly that's not making it into the minutes that basically said, and I might as well just grab it out here because we are doing the minutes, and since we're reading things, let me just get back, because this is very important to make sure that there's a, because we didn't get many answers last night, I mean, last meeting. But the one that really I thought was basically a new majority was elected by the public at the last election on November 7th. So we have a new majority. Whoever wanted else to join in decided to change solicitors because we felt that this was best that we needed for a new direction that we would like Council Rock to go into. And your prepared statement even says something like, we have a new majority leadership with a plan to take the district in a new direction. Changing solicitors is not unusual, right? And I'm going to paraphrase, and the board supervised whatever. So typically make changes like this because they want to make sure that they have the best team on the board to implement their vision and policies that they championed or campaigned on. So we're talking about changing solicitors to fulfill campaign promises. And in other sections of your comment, you said that we weren't part of the majority. We chose not to. So my point is, what I'm making that I want clear on the record is that the only substance that we had is that it was a political decision. The four of us aren't part of that. And so I can actually conclude that you hired somebody that's going to do your team, which you already said we were, unfortunately, you said I chose not to. So I'm going to use your words to say that I want that in the minutes, is what I'm saying. So we have to figure it out, and I'm just going to, that's only one point. There's so many more.
Could you, is there a way to go over it with the solicitor, and I'll be glad to amend the minutes?
No, we're not going to amend the minutes that are in front of us now based on the
No, not
comments
now.
that Mr. Hidalgo is saying. And just so we're clear about the amount of detail in the minutes, Section 706 of the Sunshine Act says, written minutes shall be kept of all open meetings of agencies. The minutes shall include, 1, the date, time, and place of the meeting, 2, the names of the members present, 3, the substance of all official actions and a record by individual member of all roll call votes taken, 4, the names of all citizens who appeared officially and the subject of their testimony. The minutes that we have in front of us clearly meet that standard and then go well beyond that standard by giving a significant amount of detail. The minutes are not supposed to be a verbatim transcript of what is said at the meeting. They're supposed to meet those 4 requirements and then provide a little bit more detail.
He's responding to me. Can I finish, please? May I finish, Mr. Tate?
Hold on, Mr. Tate.
No, I'm going to ask,
No,
we're in the
please,
middle of a
please, we take
conversation.
turns here, okay?
No, because,
He raised his hand before you.
but I was
Please,
still
please, Mr.
talking.
Hidalgo, you will speak next.
Thank you. This is really, all I'm trying to say is, there is much more detail than there is already. Even your statement was put in the minutes verbatim, so please don't tell me that.
Because there was confusion over the fact that 4 members, or at least 4 members, attempted to abstain, and it was not appropriate for them to abstain. The board secretary and I, no, I'm correct.
Please take turns when you speak and raise your hand so I can acknowledge you. Thank you.
So the secretary and I had a conversation the night of the meeting, and then at several points during the month as to how it should be listed, and that's why there is a little bit more detail in there.
And that was my gist. When I look at this, I say the solicitor got with the secretary and put his words in verbatim, and now you're going to turn around and tell me that I can't. And again, this goes back to you working for Yoda and not for us or the people of Council
Well,
Rock.
Mr. Hidalgo,
Sorry.
if that's what you took from what I just said.
Absolutely.
I feel bad about that. The secretary provided me with the proposed minutes and asked me questions about what I should put in there. I didn't get with anybody and cook the minutes. That's not what occurred. And frankly, I don't care if you insult me, insulting the secretary, that she's doing something improper, I think is uncalled for.
I don't think it's improper, Mr. Clark. What I believe is that your statement after your few conversations went in there completely verbatim. So all I'm saying is, same standard, and you don't get to choose. Are you working for us or do we work for you?
I work for the 9 of you and the school district.
I'm not sure you work for me, because why are you saying that I can't amend the minutes to put things into it? Or that you're not going to? You made a
You
decision.
can't.
Are you a judge or a solicitor?
On the February 15th, you cannot add things to the minutes of January 18th that you're discussing tonight.
No, that's
These
right.
will be in the minute. The question is, these will be in the minutes for tonight that you will look at in March. If there is something in tonight's minutes that you don't think is correct or needs to be amended, you can make a motion to amend the minutes.
Okay, well, thank you, because all I'm saying is, you had the chance to go afterwards and amend the minutes. Here's the transcript. Your speech, this letter by letter, made it into I was not given that chance. So what I should do then is not wait till the meeting to bring it up, because I'm not approving it tonight, and I do believe that we have the legal right to amend it a year down the road. I had to switch a vote because it wasn't right or something wasn't right about. So we'll leave it at that, but I do plan on requesting, and whatever we have to do to get this information into the minutes, I will do it. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and we're going to continue on. Thank you. And
Okay,
if you want to speak, because I respect you, I'd be honest with you. I respect everybody.
Are we done? Can we ask? Okay, Mr. Tate?
Yeah, it's 9:15 and we haven't gotten into the business agenda yet, so I'll be extremely brief. Joe, I don't think you meant to imply that Ms. Heberly was being disingenuous in the drafting of the, you used the word disingenuous, Joe, and I think that's.
I did not. I used the word disingenuous. I think Mr. Clark used the word disingenuous. Well, that's okay. We have a transcript.
All right.
And I'll make that.
Can you please wait for your turn when to speak?
And
would
I do
appreciate that.
apologize.
Thank you.
I'm out of order.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. These minutes are just as succinct and the typical summary that we always see every month in our minutes. And I don't think there's anything improper. And I support these minutes. I've reviewed them and I think they're accurate.
Thank you. Ms. Khan and then Mr. Hickey.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. I think part of what I'm hearing in this discussion for the approval of the minutes is the accuracy or verbatim. Having sat in the audience and watched meetings or listened to meetings at home, the entire meeting is captured on record for its entirety for the January 18th meeting. So if there's any, in terms of hesitancy that something isn't captured, it is definitely captured. And I do know for a fact it was captured, and pieces of it were also posted on various social media platforms. I do love what Mr. Tate has to say, that we still have a full agenda, including talking about education and some of the initiatives and things that we'd like to update the entire community regarding all of our committees. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hickey?
Yeah, like I said, my apologies for bringing this up at this point in time. Like I said, we can address it later. But the reason that I wanted to ask the question and clarify it is because if something were to happen during this meeting where we need the advice of a solicitor, do we actually have a solicitor? We only recommended one. We didn't appoint one. So in my viewpoint, then as I asked you, is a recommendation, does a recommendation equal an appointment? And if it does not, do we actually have representation here at this meeting tonight if we have a further question that needs legal clarification? That was the point of my questioning.
It is clear when someone says, I move to recommend, that they were making a motion. I would say that based on what I observed from the back of the room that evening, that all 9 members knew that what was on the table in front of them was a motion to appoint Rudolph Clark as solicitor. If the 5 members who voted yes thought they were just recommending us for something and not appointing us as solicitor, perhaps that might be a problem. But the conversation was clear, Mr. Hickey, that the motion was to appoint us as the solicitor for the district. Plus, it says, I move. And again, it's when we talk about form over substance. When we were here last month, there was a conversation about Robert's rules and how we follow Robert's rules. Well, clearly from the discussion this evening, we don't. Members are talking without asking to be recognized by the chair. So again, it's form over substance. It was very clear what the motion on the table was. If you are concerned that we don't have a solicitor, you should not have that concern. You do. And you have since, I think, 9:05 on Thursday, January 18th.
So I guess it's just whoever drafted this motion used a poor choice of words. I guess that's what I'm supposed to assume, because in my opinion, recommending an appointment and appointing are 2 distinct things.
No, they're not. It's the same thing. You're trying to, respectfully, you're trying to pick out one word to try to make a point that doesn't really exist. It was very clear what the motion on the table was, to appoint a solicitor for the district.
Are there any other questions? And for your information, Mr. Hidalgo, the statement that I made was during the reorganization meeting in December. It was not during the last meeting. What you read is something that I put on my political page, and this has no place in the minutes of the Council Rock School District. So with that, could you please, I assume we need to make a roll call, please? Yeah.
I'm going to respond to that. Your letter is talking about the meeting, and you say it has no right to be in.
I would be very happy, Mr. Hidalgo, if Dr. Sango wants to make that as part of the public Council Rock website, because then my voice will be heard beyond the people that follow my political page. So I'll be very happy for that if you all agree.
I'll do one better. We can put it in the meeting minutes for eternal, more memorialize it for eternity until, until eternity is no more.
Since we don't seem that we're getting to a vote on this anytime soon, can the people from Durham, is there any need for them to stay? They look like they're all,
Unless if they
wanna
want,
go
no,
home.
you please, you can go. It's getting late. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
do you normally do roll call for the minutes? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I think that's.
Roll call, please. We have a motion in the second.
Edward Tate,
Yes.
Joe Hidalgo,
No?
Mike Roosevelt,
Yes.
Bob Hickey,
Yes.
Yoda Pally,
Yes.
Tracy Ozeki,
Yes.
Nicole Khan,
Yes.
Linda Stone,
Yes.
and Ann Horner.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
So the motion passes.
Yes, 8-1, yes.
Thank you. So finally, we're going to go into what really matters, which is the education of our children, and we're going to talk about the reports from different committees. And first, we have the Education Committee. Ms. Khan, please.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. Good evening. Thank you for those of you that are still in the audience. The Education Committee met on January 24th. The evening was primarily informative in nature with presentations and full board discussion on the following topics. Council Rock Education Foundation presented a summary of what they do, their initiatives and programs that they support and fund through grants. They are doing some great work to support our students and schools here in Council Rock. We also had a presentation from Tamara Gray, our Supervisor of Curriculum Instruction, about the new planned science course guide, and provided a sample of a 5th grade science course guide overview in line with the PA Chapter 4 guidelines. Those community members and families who wish to see a sample can do so by viewing the presentation from January 25th on the Council Rock YouTube channel at approximately 43 minutes, or on the Council Rock website. Ms. Gray will continue work with this project, and we look forward to further updates. Renee Devlin, our science coordinator, provided a STEELS standards update. The STEELS is an acronym that stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Environmental Literacy and Sustainability Standards. That's an update in regards to the Pennsylvania change in our science standards. We had some terrific students who assisted Ms. Devlin in her presentation. Thank you to Winston, Emma, and Annie, who presented alongside Ms. Devlin. The update to the new STEEL standards is an ongoing process, and full implementation across the district will begin in the 2025-26 school year in combination with new state assessments, and more information will be coming. The proposed school district calendar for the 2025-26 school year was presented to the board for discussion, and the administration will be seeking approval in an upcoming board meeting, most likely April, along with an approval for a graduation date. Lastly, we had a very robust discussion about the initial exploration of full-day kindergarten in Council Rock. Each board member shared and expressed various interests and viewpoints. The outcome of the discussion was that there was enough interest so that Dr. Sanko and his administration could continue further exploration into the possibility of full-day kindergarten for our district. In a pre-meeting with Nicole Crawford, Al Funk, Dr. Sanko, and other administrators today that I had, the upcoming Education Committee meeting on February 22nd at 7 p.m. here in the Chancellor Center. They will present their initial work and findings by our administration that will be presented. I will be able to provide much more information after next week's meeting, in our next board meeting. I welcome our community members to attend next Thursday to view the Education Committee meeting. I'd also like to thank all of our administration staff for the second round of school visits, which took place on February 7th. It concluded with the secondary schools, as well as a visit to the renovation site of Richboro Elementary School, which is coming along very nicely. Thank you. This concludes my report. And now I would like to move to approve consent agenda items B through E as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Tate? Are there any questions? Yeah, Mr. Roosevelt?
I do have a couple of questions pertaining to the item D and item C for Mr. Devlin. Thank you very much for the report that was sent to this board to detail. I will be brief. The first thing is a lot of times these are subject to solicitor review. I assume that all of these are in that same category, subject to solicitor review. With that, I'm curious, Austeel, C first. The date is stated for the term from January 10, 24 through 5/30/24. I'm interested to understand why the date of the agreement predates the approval.
Nothing has occurred yet as of this time. That's when we reached out to Austeels. We have a young person who's in an out-of-state facility where they need these related services, and we can't send somebody from Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And then regarding the Keystone Freedom Academy, I'm interested to know if this is for, and you don't need to go into particulars here, but is this for particular students, or is this a relationship the district is looking to establish if needs arise moving forward?
This is for a particular student.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That concludes my questions.
I forgot to please. So you can report that as unanimous. Thank you. So next we have the Bucks County Intermediate Unit Representative, Ms. Suzaki.
Sure. The IU Board of Directors will meet on Tuesday, February 20th. The only update we have tonight is that we will vote along with the 13 other school districts in Bucks County to approve the programs and services and instructional materials and research services budget.
Thank you. Middle Bucks Institute of Technology Representative, Ms. Stone.
Yes, hi. There were a few items of interest at the MBIT board meeting that was held on Tuesday, February 6th. And the good news was we got the results of the District Skills USA competition, and MBIT proudly was the winner of 49 medals, including 6 gold medals by Council Rock students. And those students are Robert Snyder and Robert Mernicki, excuse me if I've mispronounced a name, Gabriel Fitt and Jackson Dollick from CR North, and Sean Campbell and Kevin Dowling from CR South. So we wish them all the best as they move on to the state competitions in Harrisburg. The board also authorized public auctioning of equipment and other items that are identified as obsolete or excess. So these proceeds will be deposited into the MBIT General Fund. And finally, the school has acquired a shipping container, which is going to be their next project. They are going to design and build this into a housing unit, hopefully being used in where it's needed in the community. So they're working on finding out where they can utilize this. Isn't that cool? So that concludes my MBIT report.
Thank you, Ms. Stone. Council Rock Education Foundation Liaison, Mr. Tate.
Thank you. It's late. I'll be brief. Dr. Sanko mentioned the Monte Carlo night. That is March the 1st at the Fuge in Warminster. It'll be a lot of fun. Ms. Khan mentioned the great work done by CREF, and really it's a terrific organization that does a lot for the district, so you can have fun at the Monte Carlo night and support a great activity and a great organization. it's late, so I won't even bother mentioning the golf outing. It's June 24th at Jericho Country Club, which is a fantastic golf course. If you've never played it, it's not easy to get on the course, and the CREF golf outing is fairly reasonably priced for a beautiful golf course. That's June 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate. The next, we have Policy Committee meeting, Policy Committee report, and Ms. Ozeki, you're going to give it, yeah.
There's, excuse me, there's no update for the policy meeting tonight, but we have a policy meeting scheduled for Monday, March 4th, and we are going to be focusing on Policy 903, the public participation in public meetings, Policy 103.1, non-discrimination, qualified students with disabilities, Policy 248, unlawful harassment, and Policy 249, bullying/cyberbullying.
Thank you. Next, we have Facilities Committee. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you have a question on the report? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So policy, I was pretty rushed in there. We had a policy meeting scheduled for, you announced, Ms. Oseki, last month. We had a policy meeting. What happened at that policy meeting, or committee meeting?
So we canceled that policy meeting because we were, a couple reasons, but we were expecting new guidance from PSBA, and I always get that backwards. And so we decided to wait and discuss Policy 903 after those standards had been released. We also had advice from our new solicitors that we wanted to revisit the advice of our old solicitor, so we wanted to get some time to wrap our heads around that.
What policy are we talking about?
903.
903. Did you mention that to be on the next meeting? I didn't hear that that was, I
did.
skipped it.
Yes, it
Okay.
was the first one.
So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that was basically the three of you canceled the meeting after your conversation, meaning the committee person and the,
Four. I was involved in a conversation.
well, the leadership and the policy person, and of course, the superintendent, right? Okay. I just wanted to clarify that, because usually if a policy meeting is, it's okay. I was asking for 2 weeks to get that information about the policy, you know, and now I guess the guidance is out. It's pretty good, right? Okay, so that it all fits together as I think about it.
The policy is out from PSBA. There's not a significant change from what you currently have, but we think PSBA has done a good job, and it will be at the policy committee on the 4th.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that.
Any other comments, questions? So we don't have to vote on anything for that. So next we have the Facilities Committee, and I think Mr. Tate will give a report.
Thank you, Ms. Pally. Very briefly, we discussed the items that are before you on the agenda. Upgrading of playground equipment in elementary schools, approving some security enhancements at Richboro Elementary. We're very active in enhancing security measures at all of our buildings, and we don't discuss the details in public for obvious reasons. The NXL Demand Response Agreement, it's an interesting agreement that involves us voluntarily browning out a building at various times, particularly when students are not in buildings, in exchange for a rebate from PECO that generates revenue for the district, and a change order for the Richboro Elementary School addition and renovation project. We also had a lot of update from the consulting engineer with Dewey Engineering, who's managing both the Saul Feinstein project and the Richboro Elementary School project. A lot of good questions from the board and a lot of insights from the engineer. So it was a very productive meeting. I should mention also that on February 2nd, the facilities co-chairs, Ms. Pally, Dr. Sanko, Mr. Rapp, and Ms. Binda Richow participated in a Get Acquainted online meeting with an architecture firm, Conley Hickey, that specializes in historic restoration. The subject was, as you might guess, Chancellor Center. We discussed a variety of possibilities, including an RFP process, and you'll hear more about that as we go forward. That's the report. Our next meeting is March 14. So I'll move on the agenda items. I move to approve, wrong one, sorry. Give me a second. I move to approve consent agenda items B through H as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Can I have a second?
I second.
Ms. Stone.
Go back to.
Oh, B through
It's B
E.
through E,
Oh,
right?
sorry,
No,
numbers.
Sorry,
B through E.
B through E.
yeah, strike that. I move to approve consent agenda items B through E as contained in the attachments to this agenda.
Yes, I second.
Ms. Stone. Are there any questions about this? Yeah. Mr. Roosevelt.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add a couple more pieces in here for the record. There was a couple questions during that committee meeting that answers have been provided. One of them that I had asked regarding the playground mulch to ensure that it was ADA compliant. I wanted to report that we had heard back from the facilities, and they included the specifications of the mulch, which had a manufacturer's statement that indicated that it did meet ADA standards and was met for the appropriate ASTM, which I believe is 1951. I also wanted to indicate or follow up regarding signatures. I believe that's being obtained. I don't know if that has been obtained at the this week. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Any objections? So you can mark this unanimous. Done. All right, so, we proceed to the Finance Committee. We have a report first, and who is giving the report tonight? Ms. Stone.
Yes, hi. So there are a few items that we're not voting on, but we started our meeting discussing the Cornerstone investments. We had a presentation, and we're doing really well. I guess the state of the economy has actually helped our investments, and we've earned $1 million over what Council Rock was expecting for the year ending June 23rd, and June of 2023. And we're estimating again to be well over what we anticipated for the 23-24 budget year. So that's good news for our bottom line. And as required, we have our financial statement was presented to us and assured that we have no material misstatements and we're in accordance to GAAP. So we'll be voting on that financial report. And we also talked about the spending on substitute teachers. And we're well under budget right now for the year. And part of that is due to the fact that we've stopped hiring building subs for the month of September when they're not really utilized as much. I know this was an issue, I understand it was an issue last year, so they've made that change. That helped with some saving, but did not reduce the coverage because they still were we still used daily substitutes. It was only the building substitutes that were changed, and that's part of why we're running under budget, and we'll continue with that process next year where we won't be bringing in building substitutes in the month of September. And then I'd like to then move to, or I will move to approve the items B through K.
H.
Oops, B
H.
through H, sorry.
Second.
Mr. Hidalgo, second. Are there any questions? Any objections? So you can mark this unanimous, Madam Secretary. Oh, you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just have questions. I don't have objections. Pertaining to item F, the Bucks IU Programs and Service Instructional Materials and Research Service Budget. This is, I just want to make this clear for the community, and I agree with Mrs. Khan. This is education. This is what this body does. This is what this district does, is educate kids. So I wanted to spend a little bit more time on this to make sure everybody understood. The Bucks County IU has presented a 66-page, I'll call it a manual. I think maybe that's the term that they use. And I just want confirmation from Alan Cole here. Am I right in concluding that this is effectively a menu of items, and that typically the administration will make requests of what services the IU offers that this district could benefit or use, and this is the menu option being presented?
Yes, that is correct. So the Bucks County IU, like other intermediate units across the Commonwealth, kind of serves as a liaison between local area school districts and the Pennsylvania Department of Education. So they're very good about informing us about pending legislation, educational related, whether that's Act 55, Act 56, Act 158, which we've talked a lot about. They also provide a program and service advisory so that Nicole and I can meet with like colleagues across the district. You want to speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Once a month, we meet at the Bucks County IU with our counterparts from across Bucks County, and that's a great opportunity to be able to collaborate and work on different projects together, find out how other school districts are approaching certain initiatives, and that work is led by Dr. Rachel Holler, who runs those meetings. And I also, just while we're talking about Dr. Holler, want to point out that she also led, she and her team, the program quality review that we requested earlier this year for our English language department, and they will be providing us with a comprehensive report related to that program quality review later this month. Another example that I can offer at this time is we work closely currently at the elementary level with Mrs. Sarah DiMarino, who is a training specialist. She's helping to lead our team and partner with us on the implementation of the multi-tiered system of support, otherwise known as MTSS, which is a framework that we've been talking quite a lot about, over the last year. So we do appreciate the resources that are available to us and certainly take advantage of those.
Thank you, Mr. Funk and Ms. Crawford. Sorry, go ahead, Al.
No, I think another couple examples. We have utilized the services of the Bucks County IU for our comprehensive planning process in consultation with developing our guidance plan. We intend to use them for our literacy plan as well. So the 66 pages is certainly a very rigorous, robust menu, but it's not everything.
Thank you. So one of the responsibilities that each of us, the 9 of us on this board, have is to review and approve curriculum. One of the items on this that the IU is doing is indicating that item 2 on page 4 lists curriculum and instructional services. Item 6 lists STEAM services. 9 lists online learning. And so I just want to make sure, just to sort of continue with the analogy, that we're at a restaurant and we're being served a menu, that this is before we've dined. It's not after we've dined and are paying the check, as part of this also indicates that the budget is increasing. Okay.
Mr. Roosevelt, if I may add, the programs and services is one portion of the overall budget of the Bucks County Intermediate Unit. They have a budget of about $212 million a year. And your analogy is a good one. It is like a menu. While on page 4, and I don't have that open in front of me, where you referenced curriculum and instruction, they do not come to us and say, you're going to use this reading program. It's quite the opposite. So we just this year introduced and our board paid for Reading Horizons and Wonders. So we could reach out to them and say, give us some of your expertise or give us independent eyes on it. Another thing that you mentioned is the STEAM program. So we take advantage, our kids have an opportunity to go to the Fab Lab. We have our own STEAM program here, but we try to bolster that, and we send our children on field trips. So the IU is an entrepreneurial kind of organization. They do a lot of fundraising to reduce costs so that school districts like us and the other 12 in the county can benefit from that. So your analogy is a perfect one, and what Al and Nicole provided are good examples of how we have used and will continue to use them.
Thank you. The IU has been great, in a great resource for this board and for this district, and I'm glad that the three of you indulged me to make some of this more clear. And also, just to sort of wrap this up, the IU works for all of the Bucks County school districts and in a close collaboration, and they're willing to assist us and are reflective and responsive in our needs, which I appreciate, as this is education. So I'm excited for some of these things. I'm hoping that in upcoming educational meetings, educational committee meetings, that we can do a lot of discussion about some of these offers and maybe how they fit or maybe how they don't fit within Council Rock, and get a deeper dive into the curriculum that we're looking for. Moving forward, I'm hoping that, and I think this is the opportunity, since we're sitting here at the menu, that the administration will work with the board during committee meetings to review and evaluate what this curriculum is, how it can work, and I'm looking forward to hearing information from you, Mr. Funk and Ms. Crawford, and of course, Dr. Sanko, regarding these educational initiatives that help keep Council Rock at the top of the state. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I don't want to continue the conversation and get Dr. Hoffman all a big head and brag about the IU. But I will say to you, we're talking right now about the programs and services opportunities. I had that opportunity as a director, and Nicole and Al have that. But we have the luxury, because we have a robust IU in Bucks County, all of our cabinet members have monthly meetings with their like colleagues from across the county. And besides a great opportunity to collaborate, it's a wealth of information and problem solving and learning from each other. So irregardless of our role, we have those monthly meetings, which I have found in the programs and services, as well as the meetings I go to monthly now as a superintendent, of great benefit to the district.
Any other questions, comments? I do want to add that during the last 2 years that I covered the IU, and I'm sure Ms. Ozeki will do going forward, being on the IU board was a pleasure. And every time there was something concerning Council Rock was always in my reports. And if there's something we had to pay, it was definitely both in my reports and on the finance agenda, because the board had to approve that. So this is not something new, but it's nice to see that there's even now more opportunities for the IU and the districts to work on different things. Yeah, Mr. Hidalgo.
Thank you. My mic's been on the whole time. So we're still on the consent agenda for finance, right? Okay. So at the last meeting, Mr. Rapp, in an email, you stated that it was requested PISA information from the state be disseminated to the board,
He sent it.
which is the state retirement plans?
Yes.
So when I received those 6 documents, they all say confidential, do not disseminate, so it's sensitive. I would like to know, why that is, and then also understand what we should be doing with that, or why was it requested and disseminated to the board, like, just to, I don't know, so I don't know.
It's marked confidential because as a PISA's member, you're allowed to have access to it, and I shared it with the board, who is responsible for this PISA's member. As far as why it was requested, I would imagine to look at the numbers that are in our financial statement and compare it to that, but that's just and it was requested by one board member, and
Okay,
we sent it to all the board members.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Are there any objections? So you can mark that unanimous, although Mr. Tate just walked out of the room. So next on the agenda, we have item I, personnel actions.
Yes.
Mr. Spring, would someone please make a motion for that? Go ahead.
I never
Mr.
get to make
Hidalgo,
a
yeah.
motion. Let's see if I can do this. I move to approve the personnel actions contained in the agenda, contained in the attachments of agenda's items I and J of this agenda. Let me try it again.
Okay.
I move to approve the personnel actions as contained in the attachment of items I and J to this agenda.
Second, please.
Second.
Ms. Khan, second. Any objections? Okay, you can mark that unanimous, please. So the next item on the finance agenda is item K, EDRPP assignments and payments.
I'll finish up. I move to approve the EDRPP assignment payments as contained in the attachment to this agenda.
I second.
Stone, a second. Are there any objections? I assume you can mark that unanimous, although Mr. Tate is in the bathroom. Okay, so we are going to proceed with board item 7, which is the vote to accept the resignation of Middle Bucks Institute of Technology Board representation. And I just want to tell you that at the last meeting, I realized, and I think we all realized, that Ms. Ann Horner was very passionate about serving at the MBIT board. There has been a miscommunication about this, and I didn't realize her desire and passion until after Ms. Stone was appointed. Ms. Stone was very graceful to suggest to resign and allow Ms. Horner to serve. Ms. Stone, would you like to add anything?
No, at the last time I met with Ann, I mentioned to her that that I would offer to resign if she was still interested, and she graciously accepted. So, we got a lot of work to do on the board, and, if you're willing to pitch in, then the power to you, and I'm glad that you've gotten, what you were looking for, and I will still be plenty busy on the board, so.
Great. Can I have a motion, please?
I move to accept the resignation of Linda Stone as the representative of the school on the Board of Directors, Middle Bucks Institute of Technology.
Can I have a second?
A second.
Oh, sorry.
Second. Are there any objections? Ms. Khan was second, yeah. Are there any comments?
Thank you for your service.
Are there any objections? All right, we can mark that as unanimous. Okay. So next, we have to vote for the Middle Bucks Institute of Technology Board representation. Can I please have a motion?
Sure, I'd like to make that motion if I could. I move to nominate Ann Horner for the vacancy of representative on the Board of Directors at the Middle Bucks Institute of Technology.
I second.
Ms. Stone, second. Any objections? We can mark that unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you
Nicole.
very much for recognizing that I have a very strong interest in MBIT. And I look forward, as well as I know the students, staff, and teachers will be very pleased. And especially being this is CTE month, I'm excited to start. And thank you very much, Mrs. Stone. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
Congratulations. So next is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board. We would ask that you limit your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. Please consider the fact that there may be young children in the audience or watching this broadcast live on CRTV when speaking. It is our goal to maintain a respectful environment so that members of our community have an equal opportunity to address the board without interruption. While the board welcomes your ideas and will consider them in deliberating an issue, we may not respond to your comments or questions. So, according to my list, the first name is Patty Quick from Northampton.
Good evening, Ms. Polly and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Patty Quick from Northampton. First, I want to reply to a comment from Mr. Hidalgo earlier. What I heard you threaten is that you will stifle the voice of the public. I can assure you that my voice will not be stifled. I'm here to offer a reminder as to why all of you serve on Council Rock's board. It certainly isn't to witness the behavior at last month's board meeting and to see it repeat at this month's board meeting. And it certainly won't be to sit back and watch all of you turn this district and this board into those of our neighboring districts. If any of you are here to push your self-righteous, personal, or political agendas, you've chosen the wrong forum. Council Rock School District has real student impacting problems. Look at the MTSS model that's needed at the elementary level. Look at the secondary math department. Look at the post-COVID gaps in student learning. And look at the abysmal teacher pipeline that prevents us from being able to replace the soon-to-retire teachers from this district and even to fill the vacancies that the district has daily. I bet few, if any of you on this board, fully understand that those problems exist. But you've certainly demonstrated your desire, your willingness, and your ability to divide this board down a party line. A divided board focused on politics is not focused on students. Do you realize the culture you could potentially create and be the catalyst that sends teachers and administrators out of this district in droves? Do you realize that in today's market, those teachers and administrators can get a job anywhere? I'd prefer to have all of them stay here. You want to help this Council Rock community? You want to put it in a new direction? Keep the infighting to a minimum and solve the real problems. Use your position for the common good, for our schools, for our students, and not for your own agendas. Collaborate with each other, touch across the party lines, and keep the students at the heart of all of your decision-making. Council Rock was once a utopia. We lost some of that reputation under Dr. Frazier and previous boards. But we have an amazing opportunity under Dr. Sanko and all of this wonderful administration to return to those roots. Board members, all of you have a choice to make. You can be the push or you can be the pull. Will you push away the quality that surrounds you and the reputation of this district? Or will you pull this community together across party lines, focused on solving the real problems facing the education of the students in Council Rock?
30 seconds.
If you choose to push, you can rest assured we will push back. We have no time or energy for any of this. Students first is our motto. It is the exact reason why you were elected to this board.
Thank you for your comment. Next. I'm sorry, I don't think I can read it correctly. Is it Aiden Arbitman? Okay. From Northampton?
Good evening. My name is Aiden Artman, and I'm a freshman at Council Rock High School South. I watch every board meeting at home, but felt the need to come in person tonight to share my thoughts. What is the point of this board? Is it just another platform for promoting majority over minority? Putting politics above everything else? This new majority needs to put an end to it, and the public is done with the lack of transparency. The newly formed board claims to have a shared vision with a key focus on communication and transparency. The idea that everyone will work together as a team and will be a part of all discussions. Yet, it seems like there's a lack of transparency, collaboration, and teamwork. It is clear that our previous solicitor was going to be replaced, whether the minority liked it or not. However, when you were interviewing and meeting with new firms, you should have included everyone, just like your new vision says. Even though the majority's vote will pass, it's still important that everyone is included. When asked simple questions, there was no clear response. Stop prioritizing politics over everything else. Put an end to the political games and start focusing on the needs of students first, always. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next is Joshua Morris. Joshua Morris.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Are you from Northampton, Ms. Morris?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joshua Morris. I am a freshman at Council Rock High School South. What I experienced last board meeting on January 18th, 2024 was a lot of actions leading towards negativity, disrespect, and little transparency. Some people say that they are happy with our new Democratic board majority, but I am deeply concerned about what is next in my school district. At the reorganization meeting, Mrs. Polly said we must recognize that as a board member, we are all just one of 9 votes. To be effective, we must work together as a team, and we need to work effectively with Dr. Sanko and the administration. But at the last board meeting, it has obviously been proven that there is not much transparency in our district. What shows this is the fact that Mrs. Polly and her Democratic colleagues went behind the Republican minority's back after the majority was sworn in and met with a new law firm. A majority cannot do everything they want right away before they are even sworn into the district. Transparency is to include everybody, not just to go behind someone else's back. We need a school board in our district that cares about new ideas of all sorts of things in our schools without politics, not some woke agenda that a majority wants to put in place because unfortunately they cannot understand the word no for a change. During the elections, the Democratic school board candidates were not even transparent either, showing the negative attacks and lies put together for Council Rock PAC on the Republican candidates, also known as the Friends of Council Rock PAC, calling them extremists. But it seems to be in this case that you newly elected Democrats have been the extremists so far in our district. We are supposed to keep politics outside of our schools, so let's keep it that way and have normal discussions without hate, just like our Council Rock motto, students first always. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you for your comment. So next I have Vanessa Smith of Northampton.
Let's talk about transparency. This board called for it. To be transparent is to be free from pretense or deceit. I actually knew nothing about your visions during your campaigns because the only thing you ran on was book banning. You were being deceitful to our community. You used my name to lie about me and what my mission actually was. I've sat in meetings about this topic of books and their appropriateness, and I always hear, well, the other side. So I come here tonight to ask the other side a question. I never came here to book ban. I actually stated many times I didn't want books removed. I wanted awareness. I would love for someone to tell me why awareness is wrong. Our district computers have programs on them that do not allow children on certain websites, really to protect students. Why? Shouldn't they be able to view and read anything they want? Yet, the school protects them, and that's exactly what I was asking for with books. Right now, if a child picks out a book off the shelf, they have no idea the content in the book. So what is wrong with helping kids be aware of the content before reading it? I want a child to pick a book from a shelf and know its content so they can decide if they want to expose their minds to it or not. Many books on our shelves have explicit sex, including molestation, brutal, detailed rapes, bestiality, and more. Some children don't want to expose themselves to that. Some parents don't want to either. Our children are not at the age of having a maturity level to fully protect themselves. That is why, as adults, we need to protect them. And that is why I'm asking for awareness. So I would love to have a conversation with anyone who can tell me why awareness is wrong. At the December 7th meeting, the school board president made a speech. Finally, we must recognize that as a board, each of us is one of 9 votes. To be effective, we must work together as a team. We need to work effectively with Dr. Sanko and the administration. Everyone will be a part of this discussion and conversations. Everyone means all school board directors, administration, teachers, staff, students, their parents, and other taxpayers. Everyone who lives in Council Rock School District will be kept informed and invited to contribute. By meeting privately in November while excluding board members, you have proven that statement false. By secretly deciding to fire our solicitor, you have proven that statement false. By not answering questions, hence leaving your fellow board members and the community in the dark, you have proven above false. By continuously using the reference of majority versus minority, you have proven that statement false. By hiring a solicitor that silenced parents and community members proves the above statement false. The hiring of a solicitor who thinks it's appropriate to make off-colored comments during a meeting honoring law
seconds.
enforcement, you prove the above statement false. The fact that the public was held in the dark about a drunk bus driver proves the above statement false. During the 118 board meeting, when the solicitor's report was read, it was announced that there was a work session related to transportation on 1/4/24. Was that about the drunk driver? Why was the public not notified about a work session and what was discussed? I thought work session details were supposed to be made public. So again, this goes with a
Your time is up.
statement above. I don't appreciate being lied to.
So next is Jennifer Leslie from Newtown. Okay. Jen McKercher from Northampton.
Good evening. I'm Jen McKercher. I live in Northampton Township. So, Cozen O'Connor is a law firm that solicitor specializes in labor and employment law. And this is all available in board docs as well. I have a copy of it. So back in November 30th of 2021, an engagement letter was created addressed to Kristen Marcel and Ed Solomon, stating that he was going to be representing the Council Rock School Board. Now, I question, why wasn't all of the board members included in this engagement? When this meeting supposedly occurred in November, as per the engagement letter, which is available in board docs, why weren't all the board members notified until January, right before there was a vote to approve, per Ms. Kristen Marcel? She initiated a motion to approve the engagement of Cozen O'Connor on behalf of the district, not on behalf of the school board, which is clearly not what the letter states. At the end of the day, how long are we going to sit and go here back and forth on the choice of a solicitor or the words that are used in meeting minutes? None of this is helpful for the kids, okay? We need to start focusing on the safety of our children. That's safety across the board. Includes busing, includes bullying and safety from potential outside violence, because as we all know, there is a shooting epidemic in our country. As a district, we are bleeding money to send kids to other schools instead of focusing on delivering a quality education here in Council Rock. When are we going to talk about how we are going to address declining test scores? How are we going to address the fact that 36% of our elementary school students tested below benchmark for reading, according to the September 2023 DIBELS testing? In districts similar to ours, the expectation is for 15% to be below benchmark. At Welch Elementary School, which is the only elementary school that you, Mr. Roosevelt, represent, 50% were below benchmark. 50%. Our district comprehension scores showed 43% were below benchmark. Welch is 53% below benchmark in comprehension. And I know people have asked you to meet with them about this. We badly need to do a better job of educating our kids. That's it. We need a better reading program.
30 seconds.
Teachers who are trained to be reading specialists in every elementary school. Our teachers care and they want to do what's best for our kids, but they need the training in order to be able to be equipped to teach our children. We need to be providing better tools if we hope to remain a desirable school district. When children don't read, they can't learn. And when they can't learn, they get depressed. And that does not lead to good things.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nat Asha. If I say the name correctly, Nat Asha. Okay. Debbie Evangelou.
Good evening.
You are from
Northampton.
Northampton. Thank you.
This new majority board, as you apparently refer to yourselves now, owes an apology to all the taxpayers, parents, and children in the Council Rock School District for your outrageous behavior at the last school board meeting. I've lived in Council Rock School District for 28 years, and I have attended and watched many school board meetings and have never witnessed such an unprofessional and embarrassing display. Council Rock School Board has always functioned as a nonpartisan group of members who strive to work together with a unified goal, to do what was best for the Council Rock children and community. However, it is very clear after the last school board meeting that your new majority, a name that Ms. Pally delighted in repeating over and over, has no interest in transparency to the community or policy discussions with the other 4 board members. Instead, you would rather operate as a clandestine dictatorship and petty political group hell-bent on pushing forward your agenda, regardless of how it negatively impacts our kids and community. While you may have the votes to change existing school policies, you do not have the right to blindside the other 4 board members and the community by having secret meetings with a law firm and then simply announcing that the district has hired a new law firm and solicitor with no proper discussion or transparency. There was no reason given as to why this change was even necessary, let alone why it was done so quickly or how this change would benefit the Council Rock students and community. The prior law firm and solicitor had been representing the Council Rock School Board for over 40 years. What was the rush? When the 4 other board members, who I might add were the only voices of reason in the room that night, tried to ask questions and get more information for the community regarding this huge vendor change, Ms. Pally refused to answer and continually attempted to shut them down. It was sickening to watch and unacceptable. And regarding this new law firm, Rudolph Clark, I find it very suspect that one of the attorneys affiliated with this firm, Steve Sanacero, donated $4,000 from his own political committee, Sanacero for State Senate, to a PAC created specifically for board candidates Ed Tate, Nikki Kahn, Tracy Osecki, and Linda Stone, known as Together for Council Rock. What a coincidence. Ms. Pally has said that Rudolph Clark contributes to
30 seconds.
parties, but this situation is very different. In this case, Steve Sanacero donated a lot of money directly to 4 specific school board candidates who are now sitting on the board and voting to change a reputable 40-year vendor of Council Rock and to give that huge business contract to Sanacero's law firm. That is not ethical and reeks of a quid pro quo. At the very least, these 4 board members should have abstained from this vote to eliminate any appearance of him.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Liz Yaus, if I said it correctly. Liz, Y-O-U-S-E.
Liz
Okay,
Yaus,
you are.
yes,
Okay.
Northampton.
And you are from Northampton? Yes. Thank you.
Ms. Polly, you have stated that the first goal of the new Council Rock School Board is transparency. A quick Google search of the firm Rudolph Clark shows negative articles on the LevittownNow.com news site, as well as the Institute for Free Speech website. Pennsbury School District actually changed their law firm because of issues they had with Rudolph Clark. The way in which Pennsbury went about changing their law firm was the correct and transparent way. The June 2022 article reads, "The 8-to-1 vote Thursday evening by the school board came after months of talk among board members and concerns by some other, by some over advice offered by the firm of Rudolph Clark, which was represented by Pennsbury School Board since December of 2013. District officials said they interviewed 8 law firms and narrowed their search down to 4. Interviews were conducted with 2 finalists, including Eastburn and Gray, PC, a Doylestown Borough-based law firm that dates back to the 1940s. Eastburn and Gray was picked Thursday evening by the school board. This is very different than the way things happened here. Ms. Polly, the 5 Democrat members of the board had secret meetings with other law firms. You had a secret meeting in November before the December 7 reorganization meeting, where the 5 of you decided to appoint Rudolph Clark, and you didn't include the 4 Republican members of the board. Why didn't you include this at a public school board meeting as an agenda item? This way the public would know that this was something that you were considering. It took Pennsbury months of discussions with all school board members before they made their decision. How is this conducive to your first goal of transparency, a promise you made to the students and parents of Council Rock? You all should be ashamed of yourselves. The parents of Council Rock should wake up, because if you are not transparent about what law firm you forced upon the school district, then what else are you not being transparent about? I'd like to remind the public that the former law firm Eastburn and Gray was kept through previous administrations, both Democrat majority and Republican majority. So why did this change have to happen now? Thank you.
I have nobody else on the list, so unless if somebody wants to speak.
Ms. President, am I able to speak regarding?
No, she has to speak. Yeah. Would you please state your name and your township?
Yes, hi, Lori Katz, Northampton Township. Ms. Pally,
Spell your last name?
Katz.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pally, multiple times throughout January 18th school board meeting, you used the phrase "new direction" for Council Rock. Would you please define that term or phrase for the Council Rock community? What new things should the community expect? Regarding the topic of full-time kindergarten, please detail for the taxpayers, which are comprised not only of parents of Council Rock students, but those on fixed incomes in the community and members who don't have kids in the public school system, what is the cost of the proposed full-time kindergarten program if it's to be instituted? As a Northampton resident, my township taxes will be increasing, from my understanding, 28%. Bucks County taxes will be increasing. I have people living in my district and in our community who are having difficulty making ends meet. It sounds like we have a lot of renovation and construction occurring presently in Council Rock. Please help me understand why this is a priority now, other than what was stated at the prior meeting, that the majority of Pennsylvania school districts have this program in place. Also, speaking to the community, seeing the anemic turnout, I'm encouraging parents to show up to school board meetings and get involved this way. If they can't attend the school board meeting, then please consider the prayer meeting that happens outside at the flagpole, outside Chancellor Center from 6:30 to 7 ahead of the meetings, where we do pray for everybody, every single person on the school board and everybody in the community. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes our public comment. And next we go to
Am I able, Miss?
board.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, new business.
Point of order. May I comment on the public comment?
That would be your personal, yeah.
Thank you.
You're not speaking on behalf of the board. This is your personal.
Nobody
One
speaks on
member
behalf of the
opinion.
board. All right, so somebody in the public mentioned Ed Solomon and Kristen Marcel, and I know that Ed Tate can vouch for this. They publicly accused Ed Solomon and Kristen Marcel of going behind the board's back and appointing a law firm, which could be nothing farther from the truth, as Mr. Tate would, if he chooses to, attest. We personally, in executive session, interviewed the law firm. The only reason it probably comes up like that because it's special counsel and it has to do with things that you can't speak about publicly. So to come up here and try to paint the same thing that happened last week with the leadership of Kristen Marcel and Ed Solomon is just wrong, and I'll leave it at that. Number two, my name was also mentioned in public comment regarding somebody saying, like, I just heard people talking out while I'm speaking. People are speaking out in the public. I'm going to ask the solicitor if whether or not if I'm asking somebody to be quiet when the person who's speaking, am I stifling First Amendment speech, or is that actually part of our policy? That, basically what happens when somebody's interrupting the person speaking from the public?
The board has the absolute right to maintain decorum in the room.
All right.
So if people are yelling and interrupting, the board has the absolute right to ask them to either be quiet or to leave the room.
And so I'm sorry, but, I'd never want to mess with anybody's free speech. I love this country, and we are going to make this, we're going to make this happen. We're going to make this happen. We're going to make this country stick with the foundation. So we're going to keep fighting for it. Not going to, push or be pushed back. Start pushing, because we got to make sure we keep our country. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, are there any new business? Mr. Roosevelt?
Thank you. I don't think it goes beyond this community, this audience, and this body that we find ourselves collectively at a crossroads. We both need to balance. Myself, as one board member, as I indicated before, wants to get to the business of this board, wants to talk about education. Continuing off of one of the public comments pertaining to that, one of the reasons that I wanted to be on this board was to understand the difference between testing and education. I receive lots of comments from the community and the people of my district. I try very hard to respond to them and to meet with all of them, and I still open that invitation. I want to reiterate that again. If I've missed somebody, it was not on purpose, and I apologize for that. And please reach out to me again to have another meeting. Additionally to that, it is late. It's 10:30 at night. I know that a lot of us make these commitments to do the business of the board, to be here for committee meetings, to be here for board meetings. At the same point, the community doesn't want to see fighting and doesn't want to see division. They want us to do these things, to focus on education, to be able to answer to a member of the community, why is my son or daughter on the honor roll, but they're only basic or below basic on Keystone tests? And I know the answer to some extent from this administration is we can either teach the test or we can teach the material, and there's conflicts there. This is something that's important to myself. I expect a lot of the rest of you sitting around this table, as well as members of the community. At the same point, we've got unanswered questions regarding process, and the solicitor is important. In this case, it's directly or specifically pointed out in the motion that it's for special education. This is a member of our, a percentage of our community that has a very hard time at home, and it's going to continue for the rest of their lives, and hopefully it can be as enjoyable as possible. These children are gifts, and that shouldn't be overlooked. So this is what we want to get to, but the community also has answers, as this board does have answers. We were denied the ability to discuss. We were denied the ability to deliberate. This community was denied the ability to understand all of this. So do we hold an executive session for this board so that we are not arguing in public, to have discussions about some that were raised that weren't answered at the last board meeting, and then put out a statement? Or do we hold a special meeting to just talk about that, where this board in public can ask those questions? Or will the leadership of this board and/or the solicitor put out some sort of a statement to answer the community's questions? Because as one board member, I find myself at a crossroad. I can agree with part of the community and upset the other part, or there's no two ways about this. We have to get onto the business of education. That's the business that this board does. We have to figure out a way to move past political division and be effective for the community. At the same point, we need answers. So those are my questions for new business. I'm happy to have them now if this board entertains that. I'm happy to have an executive session. I'm happy to have a special meeting to just talk about that. I don't expect the answers are forthwith tonight, and many of us can ask them over and over and over again, and they won't be answered. Or am I wrong?
Any other comments? Mr. Hickey?
Yeah, I'll piggyback on what Mr. Roosevelt said. I agree with your sentiments exactly. Either these questions need to be answered in public or in private, and then relayed to the public, because we do need to get into the business of educating kids. And fortunately, we now talk about it at New Business, where we were able to handle the business of educating kids previous to this. But we do need to settle it, because we are at a crossroads. Part of this board is whether we're not supposed to agree on every particular item. There's going to be disagreement and discussion, and there should be, on how we're going to do best for the kids. But when you can't trust other board members of what they're going to say to you in private and then what they're going to say to you in public, that's a problem both ways. Whether the problem is that I have trusting someone else or someone else has in trusting me, that's an issue, and I don't know how to get past it at this point in time. Like you said, I've been struggling with this whole process, and you know, I'm trying not to let it cloud my view of what others do just because I don't get an answer from them. For example, Ms. Oseki gave a wonderful statement tonight in reference to Durham. And I don't want the fact that I can't get answers from Ms. Oseki about something else to cloud what she's doing for the good of the district. And maybe it's a fault of mine, but I'm struggling with it, and I'm really having a hard time, because the questions that I asked, the number of emails that I've gotten from the public, if I don't address this, then I feel I'm not being diligent in doing my job. I mean, I don't know, 100, 200, I don't know, and the public can verify this for me. I answered every single email that I received, whether they're from my district, because I don't represent my district. I represent the Council Rock district. And like I said, I think that everyone deserves to be able to put this behind us. We need to address this as to exactly what happened, get the truth as to what happened, and then move on. Because we all know that the end result of all of this is most likely going to be that Rudolph Clark is going to be our solicitor. However, as Mr. Roosevelt mentioned, process. The process was done so poorly and so non-transparently. The public deserves to know what happened. This is a 40-year vendor and one of our largest vendors. I mean, we just had one of our largest vendors discussed tonight, and it was talk about, well, maybe we should replace them and all. Well, they're probably our fourth largest vendor, not the law firm. I'm talking about the solicitor. They're probably our fourth largest vendor when it goes to the outlay of money of what we do. And for this just to be ignored, and I guess now, since we've all said, well, let's forget about it and move on, that everything's okay. Me, I struggle with it. And as I said, maybe it's my problem. And I'm going to have to get over it. But until I get answers, whether it's publicly, privately, or whatever, I will continue to struggle with that. And I will continue to try to do my best to not let it cloud my judgment as to the good the other members of this board continue to do. And with that, knowing that Rudolph Clark will most likely be our solicitor no matter what's going to happen, I do want to publicly thank Eastburn and Gray for their representation of this district over the last 40-plus years. Anna, with that, I'm finished.
So, Mr. Hickey, I would like to respond a little bit. So we are not sure how much we could share, but our new solicitor has encouraged and advised us to be more open in our communications. So I want to share with you more information about what firms we considered in the process of making a recommendation to the board on the solicitor. So other than Rudolph Clark, we considered Hill Wallach, and we spoke with David Truelove from that firm. And also we considered Kilkenny Law and spoke with Sean Kilkenny. Because I know you wanted to know, I wasn't sure if it's bad for a law firm to, if we share publicly that we considered them, but we didn't go with them. But apparently, we encourage that it's okay to share that because it happens all the time. Law firms, like other firms, sometimes they get the business, sometimes they don't. And as we said in the last meeting, it's normal and appropriate for newly elected people to discuss their goals and recommend a new solicitor prior to swearing in. So this happens, it's very common in the Commonwealth, and by doing that, we did not violate the Sunshine Act. So the recommendation was brought to the board appropriately, and the board, at least in the last 2 years that I've been on the board, has 6 days that has the agenda, and at that time, they have the opportunity to review the recommendations and the items and ask questions. And Mr. Tate and I, we called everybody to ask if you have any questions and give you more information. So I hope the community can understand that I cannot publicly disclose all the considerations that went into the recommendation to change solicitor. But you should know that concerns about their representation were raised to the entire board multiple times over the past 2 years. This did not come from nothing. And in fact, most recently, Eastern and Gray informed us that they will not cooperate with the transition to the new law firm. They are dropping cases in the middle and have not turned over all the files yet. So the district asked them to work on matters and they decide to drop them. So this is extremely unprofessional and highly unusual because, as we know, law firms lose or gain clients all the time, and I think it's ethical for them to make sure that they don't drop their clients and they bring their cases to an end, or at least they cooperate with their clients. So Eastburn and Gray show us clearly that they do not have the best interest of Council Rock at heart. And this is one of the reasons, to me, it's clear that we needed to change solicitors. Actually, when Pennsbury School District changed solicitor from Rudolph Clark to Eastburn and Gray, Rudolph Clark fully cooperated with Eastburn and Gray because this was the right thing to do. And again, there are things I cannot publicly disclose, but I think a lot of people on this board have information about why this change was necessary. So, and don't want to like take over more time, but I don't know if other people have questions or they want to make comments.
And I appreciate that, so I guess I can...
Excuse me, you already spoke. Are there any other? Mr. Hidalgo, and you will come back to you, Mr. Hickey.
Well, thank you for that. So just responding, you started by saying that you didn't want to you didn't disclose the other firms because you didn't want to make them look bad or disparage them or whatever. But then you went on to say the reason why you changed Eastburn and Gray is for something that happened after the fact. And you just publicly called them unprofessional and some other things that were you're disparaging someone that was with us for 40 years. And that's this is why I'm glad we're having this conversation now, because this is what would have happened had we had a chance. We would have talked about Eastburn and Gray and whatever, things, pluses or minuses, and we would have said, well, what's the rates? Dr. Sanko, get the rates. What are we paying? I'm pretty sure that Eastburn and Gray has been giving us very, very low rates. I'm only guessing, this is because I don't really know, but my gist is that they're below market rates. There's a very special relationship that we had and the institutional knowledge that was lost. And I think Rudolph and Clark, I'm actually impressed when I hear Mr. Clark talk, about certain things, not obviously in public, but I was impressed with our executive session. But what I have to say is there's a lot of process here so that's one thing. You basically said you didn't cooperate and do this last week, and now I'm appreciating we're doing it now. One of the things you wrote in that public statement on January 22nd was that I can say that retaining the same firm for decades with no review is far from best practice. So again, you're publicly saying that for the last decades, that previous administrations or previous boards didn't really practice best practice by reviewing the law firms, but who we were retaining. And you know what? They did. I think we all know, if you go back and just ask, that there was RFP processes within the last 10 years, and it was done publicly. It wasn't done in 6 days. It was a very long, laborious process. How we usually do things is you go out to RFP, you have subcommittees, you get together, you talk, you interview, and at the end of the day, you make a decision. Over 40 years, they've done that more than just once. And you're sitting here saying it's never been done. It's just not right. And so what we're trying to say is, even though everybody did it and looked at all the different firms, in public or whatever, they always landed back on Eastburn and Gray. So that's to say something. Then I wasn't able to give my input. I'm giving it now after the fact. And I think, I'll leave it there. So thank you for your time.
Anybody else? Ms. Ozaki?
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to address it. And with all due respect to Mr. Clark and to Eastburn and Gray, I didn't run for school board to change the solicitors. I ran for school board to help our kids and to help our school district. The phrase we often hear is students first. It's not solicitors first. We spoke tonight at great length about an incident that has happened within our district that could have been horrific. If you just think about what could have happened, that keeps me up at night. This is an opportunity, or I'd like to see it as an opportunity, when something like that happens, for a silver lining that maybe we could all work together and move forward. And that's what I'd like to see.
Anybody else? Ms. Stone?
Yeah, I agree in that I believe we answered all the questions that were given to us. There was you've asked, and it is common to make these changes. I find it strange that we would have the same solicitor for 40 years. That's more unheard of than making a change at the beginning of a reorganization and with a change in leadership. And so I agree with you and with Mike that it's a time to move forward and focus on education, safety, whether or not we're moving forward with kindergarten, how we dealt with the Durham bus is showing how we work together and make improvements and make sure our kids are safe. We have to still deal with bullying issues, and that's what I want to focus on, and getting our kids educated and back up to par. And so, in my mind, to argue about the solicitor, and as you said, Bob, it's a done deal. Let's go forward. And I think we can do that. So.
Mr. Roosevelt?
Mr. Tate wants to talk. He can go before me. Thank you.
Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
follow.
Roosevelt. Say what you will about the process. I feel confident that the decision we made to hire Rudolph Clark was the right decision. I think this is the right law firm for our school district. I talked to people in the legal community around here, people that I know well and respect, and I got strong recommendations, including one person with another law firm who said that perhaps Rudolph Clark is the best law firm for education law in this region. If I hadn't heard those recommendations, I wouldn't have voted to hire Rudolph Clark. Thank you.
Mr. Roosevelt, and then Mr. Hickey.
Thank you. Yeah, I could do this all night. I'm happy. I've pulled many all-nighters for architecture and an architecture school. I could literally ask questions till 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning and keep going. But I won't, unless that's the will of this board. I would like an answer, though. When I have questions for the solicitor, I have questions for other members of this board, when is it appropriate for us to ask these questions and get these answers and relay them to the community? If it's not now, please let me know when. I'm happy to do it now.
Mr. Hickey?
I think Mr. Roosevelt's looking for an answer first.
What are your questions?
I've got lots of questions, like I indicated, but I'm assuming we're not gonna get answers tonight. Or when, so I'm asking for a venue of when we can ask questions in a professional and business-like manner, either in front of the public or in private, and then relay the questions to the public. I'm cognizant of the time. I'm cognizant of the time of our administrators that have to get up tomorrow and educate our kids and don't want to keep them here all night. Oh, we're off tomorrow. Are we off tomorrow?
Yeah, so we're all night, baby.
Well, maybe the kids are off, right? But our teachers, Dr. Sanko and the cabinet here is not. So I am. I'm concerned about all this, and I know a lot of us have kids at home. But at the same point, I would like to understand when some of these questions could be answered, because Mrs. Pally, I understand that we had 6 days, but several of those days were over a weekend. So it really only amounts to a couple of business days. That being said, the decision was clearly made before we even walked in the room. So it would have been a waste of my time, the 4 of ours time, and Mr. Clark's time, and Mr. Amuso's time to go through questions. The problem is that we were denied the opportunity to have this discussion, have the deliberation. I struggle to understand how the 5 of you are able to meet with 3 law firms where you're only discussing the services as a solicitor these law firms can offer the district, and still come to some sort of a clear and organized answer to vote yes without having a deliberation. I don't know how that happens. And Clearly, these discussions occurred in November before being sworn in. So you had more than 3 days, more than 6 days, more than a week that was provided to us. We had a wonderful retreat at the IU, and one of the points that the IU impressed upon us was that this board is supposed to have equal opportunity to information. That was denied. Additionally, I'm glad that it came out that there was a meeting with Durham that attended prior, that was this information gathering meeting that was announced in the previous thing. I'm happy that we had that here today, to have that discussion, for this board to ask questions publicly. That's what I think was appropriate. I had problems and reservations with that meeting that were communicated, and I chose not to participate. I came to that meeting and then left, because I believe that this is the type of information that should happen in front of the community. The community, as tonight, should have the opportunity to ask Durham these questions and understand that. And as board members, I only got this presentation from Durham that we saw tonight yesterday. So I don't know, there's the details for that item on the agenda don't have any further than what everybody is seeing here, that we've got a Durham School Services presentation and the presentation we saw yesterday. I don't know how many of you had that presentation before. I don't know. But these are the things, to Mr. Hickey, we're talking
We all
about.
saw it yesterday. I mean, whenever Dr. Sanko said it, we did not see it before.
Wonderful. That's
And
great.
we really pushed very hard to have them come here and present.
That's great. And that's what I think should happen. So I'm glad that we had that. I would have preferred that to happen back in January, or whenever it was first available, to coincide with the police and what Durham had to do that as soon as possible, to get in front of the community and communicate that. I don't know why I wasn't privy to any of that, so I don't know. Maybe that's because I walked out of the meeting. I'm not sure. But this comes back to the discussion of trust. It's incumbent upon this board, that this body and each of us have some level of trust. And unfortunately, we've heard from the community in email and in comment that to some degree that's been broken. And that weighs heavily upon me. We as a body need to figure out how to bring that back together. And part of that, as Mr. Hickey indicated, is getting some answers. The community needs these answers. So the question stands, are we asking them tonight? And will they be answered? Or is the same thing going to happen where it's just going to bounce to, does anybody else have a comment? Or, this doesn't need to be answered. So that's the question. Are they going to be answered tonight? Or is there a venue that we can have where the four of us can ask questions and then relay some of these questions to the public? Can we figure that out together and reestablish trust amongst ourselves? Are we doing this tonight, or is there another place? That's the question.
Well, you can't discuss this during an executive session because it's not an appropriate topic for an executive session. It's not listed under the Sunshine Act. Any of the 9 board members who have a question for me or Peter are clearly able to reach out to us and ask us questions. And one thing I do just want to clarify, Mr. Roosevelt, because I think I mentioned it last month, before board members are sworn in, they're not official members of the board. So indicating that or trying to infer that there was something illegal about them deliberating before they were sworn in is just not accurate. They can have all the discussions that they want. At the time, there were only 2 seated board members. So there was no violation of the Sunshine Act in any conversations that the board members were having before they were sworn in. After that time, clearly, you cannot deliberate as a majority. But that doesn't mean that one board member can't go to another board member and say, how do you feel about this issue? And that board member says, I'm inclined to do A. And then that board member goes to another board member and says, how do you feel about it? The Sunshine Act prevents a majority of you from getting in a room and deliberating it. It doesn't mean you can't have discussions in a group of 2 or a group of 3 or in a board of 9, even a group of 4, because that doesn't violate the Sunshine Act.
Thank you, but that didn't answer my question. So would you prefer the four of us to send you emails with our questions?
If you want to ask me questions, feel free to ask me questions.
Okay, so I'm glad that you mentioned this element about sunshine. So it's your opinion that up to four of us can go meet right now, tomorrow, with law firms to discuss what their services are as a solicitor for Council Rock School District, and then for us to communicate within each other to find out how we feel about that, and then maybe the pleasure of the board changes. You're okay with that? With us effectively looking for other law firms to replace you? As you put it out, this happens a lot. This is very common for you, and you just pack your stuff up and you walk away. So you're okay with that as a solicitor, that school boards can do this? Because this changes all the time, right?
So not to be smart, but I don't deal in okays. I deal in what is legal and what is not legal. And if
So then tell me if that's legal. Or in your legal opinion, you're...
No, not in my legal opinion. It's just legal. The Sunshine Act is very clear that if it's not a if it's not a quorum of the board, you can do that. That's why very often when you're having certain issues, you may have a time where there is, and I represent one board of 15. I know, it's horrible. It's difficult. I didn't mean horrible. There are times when they will have discussions of 4 at a time to try to reach a decision about something, or they will have 6 or 7 at a time because it's not a quorum. That's perfectly legal.
Right. And the five members of this board, 2 of them sworn in, 3 of them unsworn, had this in November. And then you admitted in January 18th meeting that you wrote the motion that Mr. Hickey was questioning at the beginning of this meeting. So who asked you to write that motion, and when was that asked?
I think it was directed to my partner, Peter Musso. I think it may have come from Ms. Pally and Dr. Sanko. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
So if I may, on February 12th, on January 12th, I had a meeting with board leadership, Ms. Polly and Mr. Tate, like we have done since I've been in this role. The question came up from Ms. Polly and Mr. Tate about a motion, and I suggested we called Mr. Musso because I did not think that was my or our responsibility or in our wheelhouse to write that motion.
And several other law firms were met with in November. And then are you prepared to release a timeline, either this board leadership and you as solicitor, as far as the dates that you were communicating with whom and when to the 4 of us and the community that led up to that date, January 18th?
I just gave you the names of the firms that we considered, right?
Right, and I'm also asking for the dates and those who attended.
I don't even remember that. I can find out the dates, but it was all happened before the swearing in. Right?
Okay.
There
So-
was nothing illegal happened. After the new members were sworn in, there was no meeting of the 5 of us for any reason.
That's comforting.
We were very, very careful to follow that.
That's comforting. But then these members were sworn in January, or excuse me, December 7th, I believe. They were sworn in December 7th, and so no further communication aside from that phone call to Peter Amuso occurred a week prior. Is that right?
Well, even if there were, that wouldn't be a violation of the Sunshine Act.
Mr. Tate.
We were very careful not to meet or discuss as a group of 5 after December 7th, on or after December 7th. And most of the communication at that point with Mr. Clark and Mr. Amuso was confined to me and Ms. Pally. It didn't involve Dr. Sanko until we met with Dr. Sanko on,
January
Right,
12th,
January-
Ms. Powley and Mr. Tate informed me
yeah,
that there was going to be a change of solicitor, questioned the motion, and I suggested to Mr. Tate and Mrs. Powley that we call the attorney to get the motion again, because that was not in any of our wheelhouse.
yeah, and we were, to your point, we were very careful not to violate the Sunshine Law once our new colleagues were sworn in. And before, cognizant of the fact that they weren't members of the board, but particularly after December 7th.
I'm happy that we're welcoming this conversation, but once again, I am cognizant of the board and other colleagues here. So, but I'm still trying to figure out if that's the case. After December 7th and up to January 12th, the 5 of you somehow figured, actually the 12th,
I
yeah.
think I will help you with the.
That would be
look.
great. That's what, yeah, thank
So
you.
we met before the swearing in, and we wanted to make this change at the reorganization meeting. But for reasons that I cannot publicly disclose, but you know very well that it was not appropriate when someone is sick, you have to respect that. Okay, so don't make mistakes.
But there's,
I said there are things I cannot publicly disclose. It's not appropriate to publicly disclose.
Ms. Powley, if I just could, not to belabor this so nobody gets the wrong idea. The 5 members who voted to approve us could not meet all together and decide at that moment to deliberate after they got sworn in. Nothing in the Sunshine Act prevents them from sharing their thoughts with each other if there are not 5 of them who are present at the time.
I'm fascinated. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time that you have mentioned sunshine. I haven't in any of my questions here. So I'm not sure why you were fixating on that one point. I'm just trying to establish a timeline. That's what I was trying to do in January 18th.
I'm sorry, but implicit in your questions is that you are claiming a violation of the Sunshine Act. You're saying you haven't mentioned it.
Please don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I'm saying implicit in your questions is that you keep saying the 5 of them. When did the 5 of them meet? And then the question that you asked me was, can the 4 of us meet? And we started to have a discussion about a quorum, and that's lack of a quorum. So implicit in what you were saying is implicating the Sunshine Act.
I'm just trying to get the matters of fact out and trying to ask a series of questions. It's not for me. I'm not a prosecutor, and I'm not a judge, and I'm not a jury to determine whether anybody violated the Sunshine Law in practice or principle or violated ethics acts or anything. That's not up to me. I'm just trying to understand and get the answers for myself and the community. Mr. Tate, sorry, thank you.
Mr. Tate?
Thank you. We could resume this conversation at next month's meeting if you want. We can get answers to any additional questions. The questions that I heard previously were, who did you meet with? I think we just answered that question. I think we gave you more insight into the process. You want dates? We can look up dates.
I have more questions. If I may.
And if there's additional questions, you can give us questions and Joe, let me please. If you have additional questions, you can give us the questions and we can pull together the answers for you. I'm not saying we're going to answer every single question to the detail that you want, but we're happy to answer questions. And I think we answered the big one for you tonight, which is who else did we talk to? And we told you.
All right, may I?
Mr. Hidalgo?
Well, thank you, Ms. Powley. And this is good, this is productive. Again, I feel like we probably missed some things, not including us in this process. But what is, Mr. Clark, what is the role of the board?
What is the role of the board? You're the Board of School Directors for the Council Rock School District. You are, your job is to run the school district.
Okay, so actually, I'm going to disagree with you and say that Dr. Senko is the one who gets paid to run the school district, and the board, from what I understand from probably Mr. Cox and everybody else, was that the board is really just supervises the superintendent. And this, we're not supposed to get down into the weeds and all the rest of that stuff that you would hear from Andy Block and everything like that. So the role of the board is to supervise the superintendent. And so my first question is, oh, I think it was already answered. I'll answer it. You did not inform Dr. Senko or get his input or any of the administrators in the choice of changing law firms in the middle of all the litigation that everybody complains about, without even asking what is his, and for new board members to do this, to not even consult who you're supposed to be overseeing, and to think that you run the school district is not anything, because each individual of us have zero power. You put 5 of us together and you have a quorum, and then that's when you have a voice. So there's no individual voices here. It wasn't done right. You really have to go back, and I'm saying from people who have done this for a very long time are looking at us and saying, I cannot believe how that went down, and you really should consider reevaluating it. It's not a done deal. And so I'm going to leave it there. There's no more questions except for that we did not consult the superintendent. And you know what? To give me a yes or no, to say it's a yes or no, it's not even a Ben Franklin close. It's a yes or no. We coming here with this. We met before the election, before the swearing in. It's legal. I'm sure you guys tiptoed through that, and that's exactly right. And I respect that. Again, there's some respect here. But I'm going to get back to where I need one last question, because this is important. Mr. Hickey started on it. It's something that I think I brought to his attention, and I'm just going to leave it real quick because we're going to have to spend some special time in the future getting everything squared away. We made some progress tonight, but it's not done. So basically, when we move to recommend that we appoint Rudolph and Clark, recommendations are not legally binding. That's one thing. Maybe it's a legal backdoor that somebody could use against us in the future. Second part is is basically when we wrote the second part where it says, basically, Rudolph Clark shall represent the Council Rock School District in all legal matters. No problem, including special education. No problem. The board shall, that's a big word, right? Approve special counsel when appropriate upon advise and consent to the solicitor. I believe the people who voted for this abdicated their authority to the solicitor, because with all legal matters, which is not what you're supposed to do. It literally says, unless you tell me that advise and consent, if you don't consent, we literally can't do it, and you tied the hands of the people that voted yes, and that's what I feel is something that we can revisit, and you can comment here. And then one more thing, because you're good at like keeping track of that. I would like to have the law cited that you're saying law is very clear about the Robert rules and everything else. And of course, we weren't obstructing. We weren't obstructing the vote because we're still here tonight at almost midnight. It wasn't obstruction. It was just trying to get answers. And we all are equally affordable. It didn't go down, afforded the right, I got to finish my sentences, afforded the right, we're equally afforded the right to be part of this process, and we were cut out. And you all took part of it because you didn't even reach out to us. And Ms. Polly, you did not give me, or Ed, you didn't give me the phone number, the name. All I heard was Rudolph and Clark. I'm thinking like, red nose and stuff like that. Like, I'm thinking like Christmas still, all right? So where is the memo saying, hey, guys, we're changing solicitors? Oh, okay, here's the phone number. Give them a call if you want. So that's my piece, but I would like you're so good at following all that. You're really
Sure. So I'd like to follow up on 2 things. One is, as I said before, I looked at some of your meetings, watched the videos from last year at times. You don't really appear to follow Robert's rules to a T. Nobody does. I'm not an expert on Robert's Rules. Most municipalities, school districts don't follow it, don't do that level of parliamentary procedure. So that was my point about last month. The other thing too, Mr. Hidalgo, you know, and Google is a wonderful thing. Recommend, put forward someone or something with approval as being suitable for a particular purpose or role. Similar words are advocate, endorse, commend, approve. It was very clear what the motion was. It was very clear that the motion was to approve us as the solicitor for the district, because you don't, the person making the motion was making a recommendation. If you want to stand on that word and those sort of form over substance and semantics, that's fine. The district has a solicitor. We were appointed appropriately last month, and we are serving the district.
Excellent. Last comment, because I've been holding this one. It's like, because we are the letter of the law, you know, not the spirit. So you just mentioned kind of the spirit was that the recommendation was, you know, we knew what we were going to do. So you basically just said the spirit of the motion. You didn't say it. I'm paraphrasing what you said. It's not the spirit, it's the letter.
No,
you're right.
No, I'm saying that that motion was very clear. I moved to recommend, and I find it hard to believe that any of the 9 up here, and again, I'll now apologize to all the staff who are here so late. I find it hard to believe that anyone did not know what that meant. I moved to recommend.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, sorry, no, you're good. Now, how about the last thing, because you didn't answer it, advise and consent. Do we literally have to go, you have to approve any special counsel that we have in this motion? Does that mean that you have a veto authority?
It is standard language that we use in all of our appointment motions. It's been in several of our letters over the years to ensure that if special counsel is going to be appointed, that we are involved in the process for a variety of reasons. But at the end of the day, we do what the board tells us to do.
Is that what the motion says? Or does the motion say you have to consent to it?
It says advice and consent.
So that means it doesn't say what you just said.
So if you want to overrule us, you are free to do it.
Okay, right, because we just say there's the door, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And if you want to say to me, if you want to hire a law firm as special counsel and we think it's a bad idea, you can always tell us, well, you can agree with it or you can get out the door.
So why put advise and consent?
Like I said, it's standard language that we've been using in a couple of other school districts for a long period of time, so.
And I'll apologize for the long night for the administrators. Hey, can we vote on like a day off tomorrow or something? Just joking.
Mr. Hickey?
Just try to, I don't say bring this full circle and in the effort of time. A lot of the audience are thinking we're just discussing a solicitor. And what does this have to do with anything? But the solicitor is involved with some of our most at-risk students and some of those with special needs. So this does have to do with students, which is the point of all this. What are we doing for helping students? The solicitor is very vital in some of the students that need our services the most. So this is an important discussion, so it's not just to be blown off. That being said, I agree with Mr. Roosevelt, and that being said, I want to address this at maybe our next board meeting at, once again, when we get to old business, in the effort of time, because as I said, the questions of trust that I have remain, and I think will remain until I get better answers that I don't want, other than I don't want to talk about this now. I don't want to get into this now. I'm not at liberty to disclose or whatever. I think we deserve the answers. I think the people do, but not at 10 after 11 on a Thursday night. I'm prepared to stay here all night. This is what I signed up for. But however, this is an important discussion. It does affect kids. And please be prepared. I'm not going to give you prepared questions so you can have a prepared answer, but do be prepared to discuss this at the next meeting as well, at old business. So next month at 10 after 11, we'll probably still be sitting here answering questions, unfortunately.
Ms. Khan,
Apologize to,
I guess Ms. Khan wants to say something.
Thank you, Ms. Polly. I know, Mr. Hickey, you just brought up a point about special education and representing students with special needs. I was wondering if Mr. Clark could speak to, I know there is I believe it is a solicitor in your firm that actually a special education teacher, so a kind of a specialty.
Samantha Newell was a special education teacher before she went to law school. Samantha is heading up our work with your special ed department. My partner, Mike Barbiero, who also essentially leads up all the litigation for the firm, much younger in his life, worked in special education. And as I indicated before, at last month, I've done special education work for the Bristol Township School District many years ago. Several other of the attorneys in our firm have done it. We've taken over all the special education cases. We're on top of everything. So I don't think, I think the district is well covered with us handling that work.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate that, thank you.
Ms. Horner?
I do want to speak, because, Mr. Clark, we have a ton of questions, and just as Roosevelt said, and again, the administration, I'm sorry, we can go all night or we can send in the questions, because we have, you get paid by the taxpayers, and we have to answer to people.
You're free to contact me anytime you want.
There will be questions, and that will be fine, and we need the answers.
I'm always forthcoming with answers.
Any other questions?
I move to adjourn.
No, wait, old business. This was all new business.
I thought that was old.
I guess this
Still
was,
old to me.
this was both old and new business, right? Okay. Motion to adjourn? Yes?
Yes.
We're adjourned. Thank you all